last episode, we had our license test. This was our session 0. Everybody did their license test to become an adventurer. And today is everybody's first day as an adventurer. An adventurer in my world is not just a title, it is a job and it is a allegiance to a certain group. The adventurers have guilds all over the world. They take in all kinds, even those with less than reputable backgrounds, to do the job of adventuring. The job of an adventurer is to take on a job, do that job for the client, and ultimately make money while hopefully making the world a little bit better of a place. Um, Jobs can range from anything from go find this person's cat to go fight this chimera because we need it's eating our cats. Um, there is a lot of jobs as an adventurer. But last time, our intrepid heroes began their first license test. They met the handsome um, Alistair, who was a tiefling warlock who joined them on their adventure. They set out to Key's hometown of Juaren, where they escorted a Master Shibu through the desert, along with a duh, 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 an Augustus A. Thatch, a historian and archaeologist who went to go find pieces of a journal. The team set out and had no issue up until they were met by a few kobolds in the desert. And those kobolds were also no issue because they were quickly eaten by giant scorpions. And then the giant scorpions set out upon the group. And luckily, our team of heroes, a little battered, a little bruised, did triumph. And I will note, because chat made a big deal of it last time, no horses were lost. No, I was told that there would be a riot if a horse died, and no horse died on our watch. So, with that great success, the team have been given their licenses and can now begin in earnest their job as adventurers, as bronze adventurers. An adventurer is ranked from bronze to diamond. A bronze adventurer, those are the guys who usually get the find my cat jobs, and a diamond adventurer is the people you call when the world is in danger. And there are only 4 diamond adventurers in the world right now. So it is our goal as adventurers to raise our ranks, even though each character has their own unique goal. Yes, horse lives are important. Again, I was very reprimanded by chat for attacking a horse, but we did save every horse. So today we will be beginning our adventure in earnest. Today is everyone's last day at the academy. You have been living at the Adventurers Academy for 6 months. You have been training, you have been taking classes, and now they are giving you the boot. You've graduated, you have a license. They're no longer going to keep feeding you and housing you for free. So it is your job to go to your handler, who works as an agent and assigns you a job, and be given a job and complete that job. And they also make sure that you get paid. And like an agent, they do receive a small percentage of that pay. Now, each of you is going to be leaving your dorm rooms and saying goodbye to academy life. Uh, is there anything you would like to do on your last day at your academy, Kadir?
Yeah, Kadir's going to the. Is there food in the cafeteria?
There is food in the cafeteria. This is good. This is your last day for a free meal as well.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna do what every college student should do: go to the cafeteria, find free food, stock up on it because I'm not gonna be able to get any of this anymore.
Absolutely. So you head to the academy. cafeteria. Does anybody else want to do anything? Go ahead, Key.
Actually, Mira had her hand up
Oh,
first, so
oh,
I'll go second.
Mira.
Um, I want to send off a few letters before leaving this place.
Absolutely. Who would you like to send a letter to?
I'm going to send one letter to my parents back in Bath City, uh, one letter to Danielle's and all the other girls at the salon,
Okay.
and a very short letter to Favron, my boyfriend.
A very short letter. Okay.
Yes.
Do you want to give us a general gist of each letter, or are these private letters?
Um, they're the general gist. So to my parents, I'm just updating them. You won't be able to catch me here anymore. I passed my adventures exam. I'll be bouncing around a little bit, but I'm sure you can find me if you contact the Adventures League. Try and send some money home now and then. I hope you're well. To the girls at the salon, I will beg for any more tea or updates from all of the local gossip. I need to know what's happening, and I haven't heard back from them in a while. So they got to keep me posted. But also just updating them. And then to Thavron, it's going to be a much shorter. It's like I'm past my exam. I'll be moving around a little bit less details.
Got it. So as you arrive at the school postmaster, you actually do have a letter um, from the girls at the salon, and they do have gossip, um, and the gossip seems to be mostly, and I'll give you the gist because it's long-winded, uh, but in great detail, they have described a very handsome elf man half elf man who has opened a shop in the town of Bass City shortly after the incident with the church that happened while you were away. And he was actually one of the adventurers who saved the town from the incident at the church. And there's more gossip about the incident at the church as more people are less comfortable with what happened in their relationships. It turns out there were some uh, succubi involved, and they were influencing different people to do explicit things. And then when other people's wives and husbands found out, so there's all of this drama. But the big talk of the town is a half elf by the name of Atem, who is an adventurer that also is opened his own shop and has become somewhat of a businessman through the region. But he has opened a general goods store not far from your little salon.
That was juicy. Love it.
Yeah. So there's a fun little letter from home from the girls for you. Um, Key, what are you doing on your last day?
Well, he normally would be right with Kadir in the cafeteria, stuffing their face, but instead, actually, on their last day, he's actually in the artificer section, or more specifically, the chemistry lab. Uh, Chemistry or alchemy has always been something that he's always actually been interested in, along with their thievery classes. And right now, they're just kind of poking around, beating the class pet, and you know what? Right now, let's say that those little birds that kind of dip into the water and dip out, dip into the water and dip out.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, Key just kind of standing right next to it, morphed into that, and just doing the same motion: dip out, dip up, dip out, dip up.
And Turk, where are you on your last day?
Probably also in the alchemy lab, just getting my last bit of ingredients and whatever else I want to kind of collect that is for the taking of from the lab, just to stock up on supplies, because I know that it's probably gonna be a very long time since I can have easy access to this level of uh alchemic properties.
So Turk, as you're grabbing your ingredients, and no one said you could take them, no one said you couldn't take them, but they're there and they're free for now, and they're definitely not going to be free after this. So, you know, ask for forgiveness before permission.
No one told
Um,
me otherwise.
you do see a creature that you have, or a person, I'm sorry. You do see a person that you have not seen before around, and you've never seen anything like them. Because as far as we know, they are the only one in the world. Uh, Morphed into a little bird, and they seem to be made of slime as they dip in and out, mimicking the bird.
All you see is a very incredulous looking goblin that's now kind of squat down and is looking suspiciously at this slimy bird. Turk has like very like shaggy and layered dark green hair that he always has tucked behind his ears. He's got goggles up on his forehead, bright green eyes, brownish greenish pale skin, pointed teeth, stereotypical artificer gear, like lots of leather and buckles and straps and hip holsters. He's got a ball peen hammer on one hip, and he just crouches down and he's just staring up at the slime bird. I'm sorry, I saw Key turn into the bird.
Uh, you were a little preoccupied, so you didn't see. It's just suddenly there.
Suddenly there's just some slime, but right, okay. I think I slowly creep towards the slimy bird. I poke it.
When you poke the slimy bird, you would think that the slimy bird would be actually quite wet and gooey, but actually when you poke it, more of the consistency of jello. It's solid. It does, there's no residue that kind of leaves being left on your finger. And as soon as you poke it, you just see a pair of the eyes that the eye shape of a dildo from Pokemon
Yes.
kind of shifts towards you, and then you hear kind of a squishing sound as it compresses itself back into a kind of a blob shape with what you see is an armor and a backpack and some random stuff kind of floating in the center of it, and it kind of part of it kind of squishes out of it and offers you kind of a mitten-like hand and goes, and offers to you, while the other hand flats into itself and pulls out a little note, which it unfurls and goes, "Hello, my name is Key. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we get along. If lost, please return to Master Lock in Juarin in 827 South Sandpile Way by the kebab stand. Turn left at the second date tree. If you see the tea shop, you've gone too far."
Tea shop. No, he lives fighting. Fine.
So we're to swap back to Kadir. Kadir, how many meals are you trying to get out of this place?
Okay, so it's been a very active day. We're trying to break our record of at least 3.5 plates. So we've the most we've ever really done was 2.5. We're trying to get that extra one and then see if maybe, just maybe, we could sneak some food for the road ahead.
All right. How would you like to sneak some food?
Do I have a bag?
You do have a bag.
Yeah, we're just gonna try to sneak some fruit and maybe some other grainish, like, single hand foods, if you know what I mean.
So as you go up to the line cook, the cafeteria cook for the probably third time, he's just like, "Oh, ain't you been here before?"
Well, okay, I'm not going to lie. Yes, I have been here before, but listen, this will probably be my last time here, and I've been a denizen of this cafeteria for so long. I really enjoyed the food, and Look, I just want to make sure I get a taste of everything before I have to leave, and I might not see you again.
Are you saying you like my cooking?
Yes, I don't mind it at all. It's kept me going. It's kept me going throughout all my time here at the academy. So I'm growing to love it.
Give me a persuasion check at advantage.
That's an 8.
He So this large orc man just kind of leads it, and he's like, "You know what? I was gonna throw the rest of this out." He just hands you like a whole tray of like lasagna.
Oh, wow. Okay, wow. I appreciate it. Thanks again. And hey, what was your name again?
Oh, I'm Bob.
Bob. Is that short for anything, or?
It's short for Bob.
Right on. Well, Bob, again, thank you so much. This actually is more than I was expecting. Maybe I'll try to share it with other people and let them know, hey, if they need good food, come find Bob.
Yeah, well, it's food. It's yeah.
Indeed. And now Kadir will shuffle away with the whole tray of lasagna. Like, oh shit, I have too much food now.
Each of you have your license now. The license is not just a badge to show somebody to prove that you are who you say you are. It is also a tool of communication. Using magic and a technique that only adventurers have access to, they are able to send messages directly to your adventurer's badge. So in this moment, each of you have a little light in your pocket or wherever you keep your badge as it begins to light up. And your guild card has a message that says, "Report to Larry's office for your first job." Does anybody want to do anything before heading to Larry's? And Key and Turk, you guys get the same message at the exact same time.
Oh, it looks like we have to go to this Larry person.
Right. Yeah. Sure. Follow you then? I guess.
Hey, okay. And then off the top of this, the little blobby section of the head, just see like a big thumbs up.
I'm communicating with I discovered a new species. What's happening? You don't hear me. This is all under my breath.
Yeah.
And I'm just babbling to myself as I follow Key. What is happening? There's a bloody school. I knew this was a bad idea.
He's moving kind of like, if you basically like Jello meets a snail, just kind of making that little sound, but it doesn't leave like a slime trail or anything like that.
It's like Yaphet from the Orphan.
Yeah.
Kadir, you now have a tray of lasagna and a message. Anything you want to do before heading to Larry's office?
I'm gonna grab a fork and take a bite of the lasagna, eat that bite, and then take the tray, and we're going to Larry's office.
Let's go. And Mira, you are all wrapped up at the post office. The Centaurian Express. Where would you like to go?
Do I know where Larry's office is?
Yes. So you're familiar with the location. It is not far from Granny Gray's office, basically down the hall, where all of the administrator and handler offices are.
Oh, and I'll just head there. No stops.
And as you head to the office, Mira, you kind of brush shoulders with a familiar gentleman, and he spins around very gracefully, and it is your good friend Alistair, who stands there in his lovely black cloak, white ruffled shirt, and sunglasses, tiny little sunglasses that are still impeccable. Uh, and he says, "Oh, where are you heading, dear?"
Apparently, Larry's office.
"Oh, you've been given a handler, and it's Larry."
Anything I should know about this Larry?
"Oh, well, ugh, there's a bit of a reputation. I am mostly disappointed that we are not on the same roster. Um, Unfortunately, I've been given my handler as well. But I'm not a part of Larry's losers. I mean, part of Larry's rosters, which is quite unfortunate because I was looking forward to us working together again.
Larry's losers.
Oh, yes. Well, it's not polite to gossip. Uh,
It's
but when
totally
it,
polite to gossip.
I agree. But when have I ever been too polite? He's so, how to put this? He hasn't had an adventurer go above silver rank on his whole in his career as a handler, and so nobody on his roster is ugh, famous or above
Making
the rank of
money.
silver. Yeah,
Making good
well,
money.
making good money, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until now.
So, but yeah, I don't know much of the gentleman, but that is what the rumor is around the campus.
Hmm. Well, hopefully that'll change as, I rank up.
Ah, well, if anyone could do it, it would be you. And he smiles and bows and excuses himself.
As he walks off, I want to yell to him, uh, I hope your next adventure goes a little bit better than the last one.
Oh, I without you there, it could not possibly be any better.
I've already turned away.
uh, and then you make your way to Larry's office. Uh, Kadir, you arrive with a tray full of lasagna in your hand. He with Turk slowly behind them. You also arrive, and then shortly thereafter is Mira. Um, for everybody, quickly describe what you look like as you arrive at Larry's door, starting with Kadir and then going to Key and then Mira.
Well,
Since Turk already described what they're wearing and look like.
Kadir's got his basic. He's got his armor on. Because he's got to be ready for the day. Aside from holding a tray of lasagna, the armor is basically a mix of like black and reds. I mean, go figure. As far as Kadir himself, his head is shaved, and he's got a beard. He does have olive skin. He stands about 5'11". Some would say he's 6 foot, but no, he's not gonna lie and round up like that. His build, he's got the athletic build, which he maintains by eating a fair amount, which he must because of all the activity. But generally tries to keep a pleasant demeanor. And yes, the black and red does help with hiding any lasagna stains that may occur as a part of him eating.
And Key, now that you are in your humanoid form, what do they look like?
Really quick, in the lab, did Turk introduce himself to Key? Just curious.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope,
Right,
you introduced yourself and they are following you.
okay. All right. Well, as soon as they get into the room, he kind of shifts and from their blob form to their humanoid form, which is, well, generally kind of a humanoid shape type person with essentially the eyes and mouth of the Pokemon Ditto, while wearing a leather like breastplate, hardened breastplate armor, and a backpack with a bunch of things to strap to it. And as soon as they see Mira and Kadir go, they wave excited. He goes, "Oh, hello, friend Kadir and friend Mira. He has made a new friend. Look!" And they kind of does this towards Turk.
And Mira, what do you look like as you arrive?
Mira will still be dressed in her little adventures where she hasn't gotten a chance to, buy any new clothes yet. But she is a young elven woman with long, wavy, dark brown hair. She's got like caramel skin, full lips, dark brown eyes. She's pretty curvy and voluptuous. She's got a tight, low-cut, short-sleeve shirt. Black leather skin tight leggings, and she's wearing an apron, brown apron on top of that. And she's got out of the apron a very large hairbrush and a pair of cutting shears sticking out of it.
Okay. And each of you arrive at the door of Larry's office. Who would like to reach for the door first, or who would like to enter? Turk, go for it.
I kind of warily look at everyone and just kind of curtly nod, and I'm staring at Key, not rudely, but just inquisitively because I'm a very curious little being. As I don't break eye contact from Key really, as I just open the door and then I turn the handle, then I look at the door and I walk in.
So give me a dexterity save or an athletics. You could give me a dex or an athletics of your choice.
Okay.
As you go to open the door.
I'm really not used to
No worries.
I'm not used to the Roll20 character sheet, so I only see like half of my saving throw buttons. So I guess I'll use dexterity.
Yep. So
I don't know what that means.
so you got an 8 and a 13, and I'll give you advantage because you are smart enough to look at the door before you open it. As you go to open it, the door opens itself, and an elven woman comes storming out in a short black dress, a white button-up T-shirt, and heels and glasses. Her hair up, and she goes, "That's it! I quit! I cannot do this anymore. I don't care how much that handsome elf is paying me. I am done. I am out of here. I quit!" She yells into the door as she heads out and down the hallway on her heels. And then the doors open, and each of you, one by one, enter Larry's office. So in a second, you guys should be seeing a black square. Our cameraman should already be there, but I will pull everybody onto the map one by one.
Just real quick, how do I just roll something that's just a straight roll?
So on the left side, there is a dice symbol. If you highlight that...
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Next to on the left side of the map, there
on
should
the
be...
map.
Yeah, there should be an arrow, a square, a little measuring tool, and then at the very bottom, above a question mark, is a little D20 dice, and then you can look at all of your dice options there.
Okay.
As a note, if you're also curious, you could also type in, if you are able to type like /R and then space and then the number of dice you want to roll and then the type of dice. So I'll put it in the chat for you. So
That's way easier, and then I can just add my modifier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like if you typed in R1D20, like without the quotes, like the way I'm typing it in the chat on Roll20, you'll see.
Thank you.
No worries.
That's so much easier than clicking. I appreciate it.
Gotcha. No, I feel you.
So
I'm so used to like D&D Beyond or physical character sheets, so I'm like, what's happening?
I know. Modern technology is ruining Dungeons and Dragons.
No, it's fine.
I see what you mean. Oh no.
Back in my day.
Oh god.
All right. So each of you have now arrived in Larry's office. You will see a little purple dot, but you are to ignore that. It doesn't exist. It is invisible to everybody but the chat. Um, but yeah, so each of you come in to the office. Please give me a perception check upon your arrival. Nice, an 18, an 11, and an 11. A 3, very distracted by Key.
So it's a total of 5.
Got it. And then another 5. Also a little distracted, maybe by Key. He has that effect on people. Kadir, when you first walk into the room, you notice, and let me see what our camera sees. Oh, a good shot of the whole office. Thank you. There are papers strewn about. There are books in piles. There are shelves and shelves of books and paperwork. There's a giant map in the back. There is a collection of what looks to be old relics. Each table has some half-empty bottles of wine and packets of rations. You recognize them as the packets that rations come in. There is a bit of a mess strewn about, but with your really high perception, Kadir, you could tell that there was a little bit of a smell, but it's not like there really, because now the window is open with a gated thing. But there is a bed in the back right corner of the room, next to a pile of ration wrappers and what looks to be a desk and paperwork. You could tell that this is a very lived-in office as you walk in. The rest of you, let's see, Key with the 1111, instead of 20/20 vision, you got 11/11 vision. Key, the thing that you notice, and Kadir, you notice this too, and you also notice a small gnome man sitting at a desk, grumbling and writing paperwork, and talking to a parrot. A very large blue parrot with a frill on the top of his head is bouncing up and down. And Key, that's what you notice most of all. You notice this parrot, and the parrot is bouncing up and down, going, "I quit." And the gnome sitting at the desk is grumbling back at him and going, "Oh, I wish you would quit. God, everybody's quitting today." And yeah, now you are all in Larry's office. What would you like to do?
Did we hear him say, "Well, everybody's quitting today"?
You did, because
Okay.
of your perception. Everybody else is either distracted with the bird or with Key.
Okay, so I'll hear that comment, and sorry, sir. Not everyone's quitting today. As he's awkwardly holding the tray of lasagna with one hand while trying to motion to get Larry's attention.
So a face looks up at you from the desk, and he's got black and gray peppered hair that is only around the sides. He is bald on top. His face is not bearded, but definitely in need of a shave. And he has small glasses and a cigar that looks like it hasn't been lit in a while. But he's been chewing on it for some time. And then he has a very nice, some would describe it as a leisurely suit that he is wearing. And he looks up and he goes, Who, kid, who are you? I didn't order lasagna.
Sorry.
I'll take it.
Yeah. So, Kadir's gonna hand hand the lasagna off to. Am I handing it up? Who said was that you, Turk? That said that you'll take it. Okay, so he's gonna hand off the lasagna real quick, and then he's gonna pull out the license. We received the message to report here immediately, so we're all checking in.
Oh gods, you're the new people the old lady added to my roster. All right, come sit down. Come what a day. Oy vey. Come on, sit down. Enjoy.
All right.
So you feel free to move your character as you wish. You just click and drag and drop them to the different spots.
I sit on the floor and just eat the lasagna.
All right, go for it.
Nice.
As soon as Key enters the room and he saw the parrot, he kind of just like I don't want to say slithers, but moves towards the cage and morphs the head into the parrot head. He goes, "Ooh, birdie!" And then as soon as they,
So he's not in a cage, just for the record.
oh, okay, then not next to the bird. Then, bird head and goes, "Ooh, birdie!" And as soon as they notice the Larry, they told him to introduce themselves. He once again plunges their hand into their head and pulls out the note and does their little note introduction.
Kid, stop. I don't need your life story. It's very obvious who you are. Okay, you're Key. You're Locke's apprentice. Okay. You've got his looks. I don't know what to say here. Hi. You must be, and he's pointing to Kadir. You are.
Oh, sorry. I was Kadir. That's Rick. It's a pleasure, sir.
At least you're polite. Okay, and you, young lady, I don't recognize you. Pointing to Mira. Who might you be?
It's Mira.
Oh, let me check my notes. Oh, yes. Okay. Good to meet you, Mira. I'm Larry, and who's this making a mess on my floor?
Right, I haven't made any mess, first of all. And then I set the lasagna tray just on the floor next to me. I just kind of wipe my mouth. Turk. Sir. Turk.
Turk, sir.
No, you're sir. I'm. Oh, fine. Yes, Turk. Turk
Okay.
Raygard. Not that my last name matters much to anybody but me. Turk.
Let me check my notes here. Oh. You're one of Mac's kids. Got it.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
I like that Mac guy. Wants some money on one of his fights. Good guy. Good guy, that Mac. All right. Well, listen. I'm Larry. I'm your handler. I'm gonna be giving you jobs. Recently, I don't know why, the old lady has just been adding more people to my roster. So you're stuck with me. And I apologize in advance, but this is what we're dealing with. Do you have any questions about what I do? Or, do you just want to get straight into what the job is?
Was the old lady that you're referring to the one that just quit?
No, that was my lovely secretary. That
right.
some lovely adventurers hired for me. She's going on vacation.
Can't relate.
The old lady is Granny Gray, the headmistress. She's a peach.
I could recommend. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You with the
So,
pretty eyes.
hmm, what exactly is your role here to us?
Ah, got it. So I'm a handler. I give jobs for adventurers. We get assigned jobs. I go down. I make a bid on the job. I make sure I get the right job for the right people. And essentially, I make sure I get any information you may need about the job, and try to pick the right people for the job, and make sure you all come back alive, which is very, very important.
But you don't go on the job yourself.
No, I do not.
But our
Uh,
fates are in your hands, you're saying?
Correct. That's
And our
how all.
futures?
Well, your future's your own to decide. But when it comes to work, I'm the guy to get you work and get you jobs and get you paid. Um,
Makes sense.
so I handle all the paperwork. Like if you kill a guy, I fill out the forms for that. If you find something, I fill out the forms for that. If you need something identified, you need it checked out, I do all that.
Fill out the forms for that?
What's that?
I said you fill out the forms for that?
I fill out the forms for that.
You
See,
fill out the forms. Why?
he gets it. Uh, yes, Key.
Yes. Master Locke has said before that paperwork could be the death of you. Is that really true?
Look at me, kid. It's killing me every day.
And he also told me that handlers kind of like think of them as managers.
Yeah, a manager, an agent. Essentially, adventurers don't work without a handler. You get we are the only ones who get access to the jobs, and we are the ones who do interface with the clients. And if you have a good handler, they get you information that keeps you alive. Yes, Turk.
Right, and if something happens to us, is our blood on your hands then?
He looks a little remorseful at the mention of it, and he kind of takes a moment. He goes, "Yeah, kid. That's why it's my job to make sure you're not in a situation where that could happen."
Right?
And are you a former adventurer yourself?
No. Most handlers are not. There's a few handlers that were adventurers, but a lot of adventurers tend to retire after going gold.
What makes you qualified to manage us?
Ah, business. I've been doing this for years. I also have access to information that other people don't have. I'm also probably the best at picking the right people for the right job. We go through training, and we're given courses and bios on each of our rosters, as in, I know everything about you. And I make sure that I use that information to make sure you survive.
As soon as Larry said that they know everything about them, Key kind of leans in. Oh, you know everything about Key? Oh, Key wants to know. He's very excited.
Well, for your case, I know everything that Locke told me.
Aw.
I lean into Kadir. Is he always like this?
I don't know. I just met the guy. I mean, but take a look around. I mean, it feels like he lives here. To be perfectly honest, I mean, like, and Kadir.
No. All right, I meant the kid.
Oh, you get used to it after a while. It's kind of endearing.
Sure.
So the bird looks over and the parrot begins to bounce and look at Key, and he's like, "Peanut, peanut, peanut."
He morphs her head into the bird and kind of mimics back. Peanut, peanut.
Oh God, there's two of them in stereo. This is my nightmare.
Kadir's gonna nod straight. You know what? I mean, come on, it's fun.
Okay. You guys ready to hear about today's job?
Yes, please.
Yes, let's do this.
All right. So
Stand to
jobs,
my feet. White waffle lasagna, and I actually stand up.
jobs are a bit scarce, and you guys are bronze. But I did get you a silver rank job for your job today. No chasing cats for you guys. The three kings of Durenhammer have requested two groups of adventurers. One group will be you guys. The other group is another group of guys not on my roster. They took the other job. They are silver rank adventurers. The job is to go down and clear out this old mining cave that they've got. Pretty simple. I sent some boys probably a couple months back down there. Similar job. They just cleared out a few undead. Probably expecting about the same. There's you're gonna arrive at Durenhammer. You're gonna meet with the kings, and the kings have specifically requested to meet each adventurer before they head out. And then you'll go to the cave where you're gonna meet a dwarven priest who's a priest of Griever's Soul. He's gonna give you the lowdown on what's been happening in the cave.
As soon as Larry mentions that's going to be in a mine, he kind of lights up a little bit and goes, "Ooh, a mine! You know what that means?" And they give a kind of a pause and then goes, "Buffalo bat wings! Yum!"
I've never had those.
I like this kid.
So yeah, that's kind of the job. Pretty straightforward, and it pays at a silver rate, which is pretty good.
Now, as our handler, do you know what we are clearing this mining cave of, and what is it clearing it of everything that is we're clearing it, or like what's the success point there?
So last time it was a bunch of undead. I from my information, I gather it's the same thing going on. There's a part of the cave that they're trying to get to. They're trying to mine those Saurian crystals that everybody's raging about. Obviously, you need a special tool and a specialist to go in and mine it, and those people are not made to fight. So they need the cave cleared to get their team in and to do some excavating. So as long as you get to the crystals and everything is clear for them to come through, you're good to go. Bada bing. Yes, Turk.
Just kind of OOC. Would I know anything about these crystals given my background?
Yes, so give me a history check with advantage. And if anybody is curious about the crystals themselves, go ahead and give me a history check at advantage, because it is common knowledge for most people. Key, you don't get advantage. I'm sorry.
That I.
You're a baby in the world.
24.
He's a wee bab.
Nice.
Oh,
I got 24.
I got a 20.
Nice.
20.
Oh, rolling pretty high here. I like it.
Look at you guys. Let me pull up my notes real fast. So Saurian crystals are kind of what's been the cause of a technological revolution in the world, especially the world of Kaiser. These crystals have changed technology in such an enormous way. Think about the way humanity went into the industrial age when they discovered coal and steam power. That's a Saurian crystal. They are crystals that are deep within the earth that absorb mana over time and hold it there. a professional and a specialist can excavate it and is able to use the power that's stored in the crystal like a battery. And these batteries are, I think, a crystal about the size of a football could probably power your house for a couple years. Um, they're very potent and they're very sought after, and they are a big deal in the world that you live in, to the point that the current age that you live in has been dubbed the Crystal Age. Um, Saurian crystals have been responsible for the invention of airships that are currently only used by the very, very elite. Saurian crystals have been used to spark uh, artificers and the technology rush between what has become a Cold War between Rosh Qatar and Kaiser, as both sides struggle to find the new technology and compete with one another. And this led to the invention of the Warforged, which is a newer thing that is very, very rare to see in the world. Um, and yeah, Turk, you know all of this all too well. This is a big part of being an artificer in the world right now. And you, especially being where you come from, know about the struggle between Rosh Qatar trying to keep up with these Saurian crystals, because they tend to only seem to appear in the Kaiser territories, versus your people trying to keep up with them on a technological level. Um, Kadir, you also would be very familiar with them as uh, they sell for a lot in Biale, and the nobles there, especially especially on the eastern side, have been trying to build airships, maybe for not the best purposes, but there are a drive, almost like a gold rush for these crystals. Um, and Mira, you would know the same thing. You would have heard from traders and gossip, and you definitely learned in your classes about these, and how important they are in the world, um, and how dangerous they are in their own right. So that's something also each of you know, that it does take a specialist to handle one.
Has Key ever encountered one of these crystals? And if they have what happened? What would happen if one would lick one of these crystals?
Key has never licked one of these crystals. Um, if Key has seen one, it has only been in the teleporter rooms that you guys have traveled through.
Gotcha.
So only at those teleporter rooms owned by adventurers have you ever seen what you assume was a Saurian crystal, because it matches the description. You've never seen one in person, and I don't believe any of you have, outside of maybe Turk, who may have seen it in their artificer training.
Ooh, so like one of those thingies in the teleportation rooms.
I glad something like that.
Yeah, for sake of brevity, let's say yes,
And,
a Saurian crystal. Um, so any other questions about the job?
what we get out of it?
Oh, you get
Buffalo
paid
bat wings.
In gold or?
in gold. Yes. So each of you will get 75 gold apiece.
So no crystals.
And buffalo bat wings.
So no crystals then.
No, the crystals obviously belong to the client and the government and
Right. Well, a man can dream, eh?
yeah, I mean, if you got one and you sold it, it'd probably be worth a lot.
Sell them. Yeah. Sure.
Well, no, I don't recommend that.
I would definitely.
If you like your
Mm.
arms where they are, I wouldn't recommend it.
When
Right, okay, I mean,
when Larry said arms where they are, He kind of slinks back both their arms into its body.
All right, so yeah, 75 gold apiece. You're heading over to Doranhammer, meet with the Three Kings. They're gonna tell you all about it.
Right.
Any other questions?
When do we get started?
Right now.
Turk's leaving the room already.
Right on.
So head to the teleporter pad, show them your badges, get teleported to Doranhammer, and yeah, good luck. Don't die.
He, oh, sorry.
Actually, please, Key, go ahead first.
Okay. As soon as Turk leaves, Key's gonna follow, but in their blob form, so they could be at the same height as Turk.
Right on.
I'm never gonna get used to that.
He's quite endearing. I think you will get used to it. Just saying.
Ugh.
And as Turk and Key leave, Kadir's first gonna go over to where the lasagna was. Turk, did you eat all the lasagna?
What?
Did,
Oh,
right. I'm just wondering if you actually ate all the lasagna or if
no,
there's still.
there's still like
Well, okay,
half back
so,
there.
so I'm gonna take the lasagna from the left side of the desk, and then
I was
I'm
on
actually,
the ground.
Yeah, it was on the. I know it was on the ground, so I'm gonna grab the lasagna because we're not gonna leave a mess in here, and I'm gonna try to pull a napkin out real quick, and look at Larry as I go to the other side of the desk, and I'm just gonna casually mention to him, "It looks like you're pretty busy in here, so you know, good luck. I hope things work out for you." As he goes to the other side of the desk, Kadir's gonna mention, "Yeah, I noticed you've got like a couple of spots on your floor here. There's like this little purple spot, so let me just wipe this up really quick for you, and we'll get rid of that. Just it's a pleasure to meet you. I know you're our handler, and like the purple spot on the floor, I want to make sure we take care of that. So I guess if you're taking care of us, we should also take care of you." So wipes it up, and then he takes the tin of lasagna. It's a pleasure, and we'll be back soon. And he walks out.
You know, he ain't half bad. And Mira, anything you want to do on your way out?
No, I'm just gonna follow the others.
All right. So each of you head out from Larry's office and begin to make your way to that familiar bar and tavern that is the actual Adventurers Guild on the premises. You each go through the bar and head towards the teleporter room. As you make your way through, is there any last minute things anybody wants to grab on their way out? Mira and then Key.
I don't want to grab anything, but I do want to lean over to Kadir for a second.
Okay.
How are you feeling about this trip we're about to take?
How much time has passed between our conversation with Larry and us arriving here?
Probably about 30, 40 minutes. Oh, since you left Larry?
Yeah, since we left Larry's.
Oh, it's probably like a
Instantaneous?
10, 15 minute walk.
Okay.
At that.
Got it. I was able to walk off a lot of the food I just ate. I think I'll be okay. And Kadir pulls out a paper bag.
So you're ready this time.
Yeah. I learned my mistake. I'm so sorry you had to see that.
No, just checking in on you, making sure
I
you're
appreciate
okay.
it. I appreciate it. And look, I'll try to hold myself together this time. Oh boy.
And Key. You're muted.
Okay. Well, this could actually be done kind of beforehand or whatever. But from our last session 0, would be okay that Key has by then sold the extra crossbow that they got during their adventure?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Give yourself an extra 5 gold.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. So each of you pass through the bar. Again, the familiar sounds of laughter, drinks being had. Uh, yes, if it's green, it does mean it's a nat 20.
Just checking.
No worries. Um, so you make your way through. You do see that the usual bartender, Axel the Minotaur, is standing behind the bar with his white button-up shirt, little red bow tie, slacks, and no sleeves as he is polishing a glass, uh, and nods as you all kind of walk by and to the heavily armored guard that stands before the teleportation room. The guard looks down at you and he's like, "What?
Hello.
Hello."
He don't you dare.
Have they met before?
No.
All right.
He don't you dare.
He pulls the note out.
Everybody
and
take a
does the note
drink.
introduction again.
Yes, but my name is not half orc type person. Little rude, but what do you want?
Right, we've got work to do, if that's alright with you. And I show him my badge.
Same. Kadir's also going to show the badge. We're with Larry. Larry's sending us out, right?
Oh. Well, extra good luck to you, Bronzies. And he opens the door and lets you all through.
As we walk through, I think I say to the other, like the rest of them, as we're passing, like loud enough for him to hear, didn't Larry say this was a silver mission?
Yes, but we're still bronze. But I'm gonna side eye that guard.
Don't.
Yeah, so you guys make your way through, and there is an elven woman kind of guiding people to different lines. For those of you who have not been in here before, this room is a very busy room. If I was to equate it to a modern day reference, it would be like an airport. There are lines of people going through security checks. There are lines of people getting onto a teleporter pad in the back, disappearing, and as they disappear, another group of people seem to reappear with this glowing blue light. Each of you have been on a teleporter pad before. Turk, you've only done this once on your way to the academy. You did it from Max Adventuring Guild and teleported here. The room, if everybody wants to give me a perception check, I'll give any extra details anybody might want. But the room is mostly just lines, and on the sides of the room there are desks where they're being monitored. Rate perception key. There we go. So we got a 19 from Key, a 12 from Turk, a 21 from Kadir, and Mira is minding her own business.
Yeah.
So something you noticed this time, Kadir and Key, that you did not notice before is, yeah, they have the guys in the heavy armor walking by, and there are dogs with them that seem to be sniffing people through the line. But up above, there seem to be birds that fly from one side of the room to the other. And they go back, and they go forth. And they go back, and they go forth. And then there are people at the desks who seem to be scribbling things. And at the teleporter pad, there is that boisterous dwarven voice coming from that section as you hear a lot of yelling in what sounds like an amalgamation of Scottish and Dwarvish from that section.
When Key sees the dogs, Key kind of shifts into kind of a dog shape.
Which the closest you could do right now is your slime ball. So,
Yeah.
So yeah, you take that form, and there's a small elf woman, and she's like, "Oh dears, over here. Where are we heading today?"
Durin Hammer.
Oh, Hammer. Nice, nice, nice. Had a cousin go there once for vacation. Wasn't a great vacation spot, so I hope you're not going on vacation. But yeah, so let me see your badges real fast. Whoever's got one, thank you. And she puts it to her little pad. The pad glows a little bit, and she goes, "Oh, all right. Bronze Adventurer Mira and her party. Yeah, you guys are all scheduled. You're going to be in line 6. So you're going to head over here to line 6, and they're going to get you all taken care of. Thank you, dears."
I just want to point out that Key's dog form be like Banana from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
It can be something between your slime form and trying to be a dog. Right now, you've still just mastered your humanoid form and your slime form.
Yeah.
So yes, close-ish. You're an oblong slime.
Yeah.
As you guys go through the line, it goes pretty quick, and you arrive to the front of the line, where there's a young gentleman, and he's like, "Oh, hey guys, any first timers? First timers, anybody? You first?"
Begrudgingly raises his hand.
All right. Well, here's a paper bag if you need it. We're gonna want you to stay towards the center. As you step on the pad, just stay towards the center, and then they're gonna teleport you right over. It'll be quick, easy. Bob's your uncle. What's up?
Am I supposed to eat this?
If
Take
it
off a
helps,
piece and I smell it, and I
it's you. You'll figure out what it's for.
crumple it up. And throw it.
Key's gonna lean over to Turk and goes, "Is Bob really your uncle's name?"
I don't know.
All right, so go ahead and step on the pad here. Go ahead and line up, and you guys do all step on the pad, and each of you step on the pad in your positions. I need everybody to roll me a 20.
Just a flat D20.
Flat D20.
God damn it. I feel like I'm cursed when I roll digital dice.
Sick.
I rolled a nat 1, so
I rolled a fucking 5. So.
Yeah, I rolled a 4. I got you.
Oh, well.
So we
we're
got a
doing great.
4, an 8, a 17, and a 5. As your bodies begin to glow, you do begin to feel yourself lift up, and with a blink, you are somewhere else. I think we're going to take a moment to take a break. We're going to give everybody a quick... let's come back at 7:25. So about 9 minutes to go to the bathroom, go to the break, and I will, I guess, stay here and talk to the chat if everybody wants to. Well, I'll come back in a minute and then I'll talk to the chat. I'm going to stretch my legs too. All right. If our cameraman Joe will take us to the break screen. grab this link here. Hello, everybody. While our adventurers are taking a quick break, I would like to point to the menu below me, which may be a little difficult to read, but I want to go over our donation options before we get into our adventure. So if you would like to help support the stream and what we're doing, you can actually donate and get different rewards to players in game. These rewards include for $5, you can inspire. You can give a player inspiration. You can also be evil and give me inspiration. Inspiration gives this person advantage at will. So they get to choose when they want to use this inspiration to give themselves advantage. If you give it to me, I'm going to use it for my monsters. For $10, you can give them a random gift. And the current random gift in the shop today at Max and Sam's Shop of Wonders is the Hat of Vermin. This is a hat that they could pull either a rat, a toad, or a bird from. It is just a random item to give to the players to see what they do with it. And then for another $10, or for $10 as well, you could do Chat Healer. Someone of your choice receives the effects of a healing potion. This is 2d4 plus their Constitution modifier. And then for $15, you can make somebody lucky. You can give this to anyone, and they get a free reroll whenever they use the lucky feat. Lucky is a feat in Dungeons and Dragons, but now this is something that you can just hand to a player for a donation. And then for $20, you can give a gift of the Mallard. The Mallard is a god in my world that is a god of chaos and randomness. I have a list of items that they will receive from this, and it is pure, utter chaos. Even using the item never has the same effect. So those are our donation goals. If you would like to donate, I'm going to put the link in the chat for everybody. We're gonna build a command for this, but there's also a donation button under the About for New Age Geeks that you can click on as well. How much to not be bothered by the commercials? All you have to do is subscribe to the New Age Geeks channel, and I think that's like $5, and then you never get commercials again. Sorry about the commercials. Hello, Derpy. Hello, Tier, as well. Tier, I hope you're enjoying some of the references we've got going on. Yes, you can give me stuff because I am a monster. And yeah, you can subscribe for free if you have an Amazon Pride. If you have an Amazon Prime, it's Pride Month. Sorry. You love Key's background? Yeah, Key is a character. But just wanted to take a moment while they're all on break and coming back to just chat with you guys, tell you a little bit about this. And yeah, just kind of say thank you all for being here. Thank you for being part of this. And yeah, hope you are enjoying episode 1, session 1 of Spell Shots. These will also be releasing on YouTube a week after their release here. So you guys are seeing it first, but we will be putting them up on YouTube. We also do have some merch that we're going to be working on. So if you love our really cool logo, you might be able to wear it soon. And we also might be making some merch out of some of your favorite characters. So you could have Key's face on your face, or on your chest, if it's a shirt. But yeah. Just wanted to take a moment to say hi and thank you to everybody. Yes! Thank you. I do enjoy DMing, and this project has been a long-running project of mine. I created this world probably about 7 years ago and have been building on it since, and have recently adapted it to 5e. So thank you, and thank you to our mods for being here. November Leaves, big shout out. Yeah, so everyone is slowly coming back. And then when everybody is back, we will begin again. But yeah, so during these breaks, I'm just gonna try to, take a moment and say hi to you guys, the audience, and talk about the donations and how you can participate in the game as well. Because one of my goals is to make this very chat accessible. I think a long-term goal is to figure out a way for chat to play with us, is one of my goals. So you are as much a part of this as we are. Yes, thank you to the mods. Also, hello, and thank you to Cougar. I love cougars. The animal. Relax. Relax. The animal. I like big cats.
Yep. Yeah, sure.
We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. It's only Tuesday.
All I said was yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Sure. Give me I'm talking to God right now. You guys don't hear him, but I hear God. And God is saying that we're gonna come back for break in just a second. Sane cat lady, you're following me. How is your sane cat? I hope your cat is still sane. Cats bless these mods. Did we link the audience intervention thing yet? No. Although I haven't threatened a horse yet, so hopefully we're doing good tonight. She is very sane. Thanks for asking. Good. Good. I'm glad. Good. She's doing well. All right. So I believe everyone is back now. We're going to do thumbs up around the table if you are ready to go. Thumbs down if you are not ready to go. There it is. All right. So God, if you will give me a countdown.
God.
3, 2, 1, go. All right. Welcome back. As we left our adventurers, to quote someone quoting somebody else, no shit, there you were, teleporting and disappearing before your very eyes. Each of you rolled, as you do every time you step onto this teleporter pad, and that has different effects. But for one of you, particularly Key, you rolled a 17. You're muted, by the way, just in case you didn't know. When you begin to glow and that second of disappearing and reappearing happens, for you, it feels longer. For you, you feel, it's hard to describe it. You feel like a wave of nostalgia. You feel a wave of familiarity as that energy fills your plasmatic body, and you disappear and reappear. But it's pleasant. It's a pleasant nostalgia, like the feeling of coming home. Mira, you know that feeling similar to when you last did this and you go to take a step, but that step's not there? You feel that jarring, like, oof, as you catch yourself, and you feel a little on edge, but you're okay. You're physically fine. You're like, okay, I'm good. Turk, it is bright It is bright to the point that like it is like your eyes hurt, and you know how you when you get one of those migraines that's like right behind the eyes, that's kind of what it feels like. It's just like, oh, everything is too bright as you land. And you feel slightly nauseous, but you don't quite need that bag you threw away. Um, and then Kadir, who is quickly becoming such a fan of this teleporter pad. Uh, it's a good thing you packed that trusty bag, uh, as you feel that similar feeling of, oh, I had lasagna for lunch.
Yeah,
I
I
had a
know.
lot of lasagna for lunch.
I walked some of it off, man.
You suddenly feel like, I am about to remember the taste of lasagna as you land. Starting with Turk and going to Kadir and then Mira and then Key, how would you each like to respond?
To the feelings that we are experiencing.
Yeah,
I immediately threw my goggles on my eyeballs. Cause too
nice.
much. It's too much. Too much for Turk. Uh,
Okay. Yeah. As far as Kadir, yeah. He's especially making sure to turn away from everybody, and yeah. He didn't expect that much leftover lasagna. Sorry for the image, but we're hiding it, and we're trying to make sure it doesn't get anywhere. So we're good. Like we're good.
I
think.
hand Kadir my paper bag.
No, you threw that away.
You threw it
Oh,
away.
that's
You
right,
didn't
I
need it.
did.
You were a
did.
badass.
I
You
did,
didn't
didn't
need
No
I?
worries. I had one, so we're okay. I had a bag.
Uh, and Mira,
Mira will fix her hair a little bit. Turk, are your glasses, do they have like, are they like reflective outward?
Yeah.
Okay. So Mira will fix her hair a little bit, see that Turk's glasses have like a little reflection on them, and then go and just like make sure her makeup's okay.
uh, and Key.
Why?
He basically goes, wee! And as soon as they land, goes, that was fun. Let's do it again.
Each of you are quickly ushered off of the teleporter pad as people are ushered onto it and begin to disappear, and the cycle begins anew. Kadir, you find that very familiar box, and you drop your bag in there. And as you do, you look around and you realize, similar to last time, the room is shaped exactly like the room you were in before, but it is very, very different. There are much more dwarves than anybody around. There is an abundance of dwarves. Most of the staff, most of the people in line do appear to be dwarven in nature. There is a scatter of different adventurers, but for the most part, it looks very dwarven. And the lights in the room themselves are different. And you're clearly in a different place. Each of you steps out into the bar. So I'm going to click onto the map so you guys can see it. This is Durenhammer. Durenhammer is a dwarven city buried beneath mountains. It is an underground city that is ruled by 3 kings. It is one of the many kingdoms that take up the kingdoms of Kaiser. This is, for all of you, your first time in Durenhammer. But knowledge of Durenhammer is well known. For Turk, you would know that this is where artificers of the armorer class started. This is where that root of technology was born. And the dwarves here are master smiths, and they were famous for supplying the Kaiser side of the war with all sorts of armor and weaponry. And as you step out into the bar, it is a different vibe. It does seem not quite as dreary as Juaren was, but it is definitely not as colorful as the Glassagean bar and guild was. Again, mostly dwarves make up the room, and there's food being served, and there is lots and lots of very large steins being passed out throughout the bar. Uh, what would you guys like to do? Turk.
I take a tankard immediately. I just start looking around, seeing if there's any. Do I recognize anybody?
No, but
Blessed stream.
the bartender is uh is sorry, somebody just did something. And I forgot to turn off the scare alerts from my own alert box.
Oh, do it again.
I believe we got gifted something. I will double check that. Ninja has tipped $20. So Ninja,
Hey.
you said blessed stream. Thank you for the tip. Are you going to give somebody the gift of the mallard? Think about how you want to spend your $20. And also, thank you for scaring me.
Get bodied.
For those who don't know, I have my own stream where sometimes I turn on scare alerts if people scare me. And yeah. So you can either do the gift of the mallard, which will be a random item to a character of your choice. Or you could like split it up, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, scare alerts are on. I apologize. I hope people do donate, but now I also hope they don't. PTSD for the DM. Ugh. Yes. So where was I? Yeah, Turk. So you look around and nobody you recognize, but the bartender is definitely looking at you like, "Hey, you gonna pay for that?"
Yeah, right. Of course I do. I flip him a gold coin.
And he takes it and he looks at it and he goes, "Okay." He just pockets it. And then he puts
What, did you
three-
expect me to fight you for it?
he puts 3 more beers down in front of you.
And I gesture to my new friends.
As soon as Key kind of arrives with the group into this bar, I'm guessing there's just going to be a lot of things that Key hasn't seen before, like, I'm going to say, like, mechanical things, right?
There's not really a lot of mechanical things, but you can see out the windows, and you've never been in a dwarven city. The architecture is very different. The people, you've seen dwarves, you've seen gnomes, you've seen people like this about the academy, but you've definitely never been in a building that's designed like this. This isn't quite the hub of technology, but there are like a different type of lights about the room. I would say that's the only technological difference.
Well, as Key's seeing all these new sites, they're kind of going in their blob form, going towards each one of them, kind of like a hyperactive, excited child. Like, ooh, what's that? Oh, how does that work? Ooh, that's shiny.
All right. Anybody else doing anything?
Yeah. Kadir's beelining for the bathroom.
All right. It's right where it always is. This one's a little bit nicer than the one in Juaren. A little less sand on the floor. It's actually very immaculate. But everything, and I mean everything, is made of stone. Mira, what would you like to do?
I'm going to take the tankard that was graciously offered and gestured to me, and then I want to turn to Turk. Oh, thank you. That was very sweet of you. How are you feeling about this mission we're on?
Honestly, I've always wanted to see one of them crystals up close. However, don't go saying nothing if you catch me stealing one of them, eh?
Oh, I mean, same here. Maybe we can help each other.
Between you and me, I've got my own secret project back home. I've been needing one of these crystals for a long time.
Well, I wouldn't say a thing. But how are you feeling about potential undead?
Eh. A job's a job's a job's a job. You feeling alright about it?
I've never dealt with the undead before.
Well, to be honest, neither have I. But it can't be that hard. I mean, we're bronze and they sent us on this schlep, didn't they?
Yeah. I guess we'll see. Though I did hear that Larry might not be the best handler to work with, so I'm not very happy about that.
Did you know? And who
Yeah.
told you that?
I ran into someone from the exam back at the guild hall.
Right. And what did he say?
Oh, he's got kind of a reputation. Larry's losers, I think they call those who work with him.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not leaving me feeling very confident here. Working for
Right.
him, I mean, I'm confident in us and hopefully you. You seem capable, but
Well, thank you much. And yourself? What do you do?
a little bit of magic here and there.
Oh, do you now? Right. Good. Another magic user. Well, we'll get along like two peaches, eh?
When you ask me that in your head, you're going to hear, and a little bit of magic here too.
Turk blushes. Very just like subtle peach on his green-brown cheeks. He sets down his pint and he opens his jacket to reveal a bandolier of glowing potions. We've each got our tricks.
Cheers.
Right.
Kadir, you have taken care of business and you are returning. Is there anything you guys would like to do before you leave the bar?
As soon as I get back to the table with Turk and Mira and Key, are you at the table as well?
Yes.
Okay, so but before we go, I'll take the tankard that's there. I'm gonna assume one's for me too, and just raise a nice little toast. Hey, it's our first real mission, y'all. So here's to the memories, right?
Here's to hopefully not dying by getting rid of the undead. Cheers.
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 And we'll all
Cheers!
clink some tankards and have a nice drink before we go die.
He's gonna put the entire tankard into its body, and you just see it floating in Key's head.
Oof.
The bartender goes to motion. He goes, no, he paid with a gold. It's just let it be. Yeah, so do you guys want to leave the bar? Do you want to head out? Where do you want to go? And as you're deciding that, Turk, I need you to roll a d20 for me because you were gifted a gift of the mallard, which is our
That's
first gift of the
cool.
mallard.
Thanks, Ninja.
And
I don't know what it means, but I'm excited about it.
we are all going to find out together.
I'm
I
so
fucked up.
excited.
A 5, so a 5.
No, that's a different roll.
Oh,
This
no.
is my new roll. I got an 18.
I don't know. Are you sure you want the 18?
I
Are
don't
you-
know what this means.
I know.
Decide now if you want the 5 or the 18, because they are different items on the list.
Oh, is it just like a random magical item?
It's a random magical thing, yes.
Sure, I'll keep the 18. Who cares? I don't know what's happening. I'm only here for a day. It's fine.
All right. I'm going to put a mark here for this. I don't have a pen, but everybody remember that Turk picked an 18. Turk, since you went through the portal pad, you felt a little weight kind of on your back and a little bit on your shoulder. And you look over, and there is a small creature. It is purple with tiny wings and a tiny tail and little horns. And you feel it look at you, and you look at it, and as you look it in the eyes, it goes, "Fuck shit."
Hello?
And it goes, "Hi. Damn."
Yeah, right. Those are words you said there, yes.
Roll to identify the creature. You could use
I would love to.
you could use nature, you could use history, or you could use arcana, whichever you
I would
prefer.
love to do an arcana check on this delightful creature.
Go
I
for it.
want him. Oh, I got 20. Is that nat 20? No, just
Nope.
20.
That's a
Dirty
30
20.
20.
A
Dirty
dirty
20.
20. Because you got a +6 to arcana, so it was a
I do.
14, but yeah.
Got
so
it.
a
I'm glad that I
20
don't have to do math.
A 20 will let you know that this is an imp. And you've never seen one before, but you are almost certain that it is an imp. And as you're looking at it, you feel a connection to it. You feel like you and it are now connected. And it can talk, obviously.
Yes.
I'm gonna take a quick second to make you an imp token.
Yay! I get a new friend.
Yeah.
I can't even tell y'all if an imp is the perfect friend for Turk specifically. So
So-
excited.
Love it.
So he looks at you, and he goes. His head kind of twitches a little bit, and he's like, "Terrence, balls."
Terrence. Your name is Terrence, is it now?
And he nods, yes.
Terrence. Come with me, Matt. You're in good hands. And I just pop him up onto my shoulder. You want to go on an adventure, do you, Terrence? We're gonna go get rid of some undead. Does that sound like fun?
Okay.
Yeah, right. Look over
Shitty.
Mira. Look. It probably. Yeah, honestly, probably. Mira, look. I got a friend.
Where did you get that one?
I don't know.
The teleport?
Oh, you think? Terrence, did you come from that machine back there?
Yes.
Right.
No.
Right. No?
Yes.
Right. No?
Okay.
Sure.
Fuck.
As this exchange is going on, he's going to stretch their head behind Mira and looks over her shoulder and goes, "Oh, hi, new friend." Pulls out the notes and does the introduction again.
Ah?
Fine, Terrence, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Don't eat him. He's fine.
Sweet.
That's me telling Terrence not to eat Key.
So he looks at Key and he goes, "Sweet, dog, what's up?" Okay. Yes.
That's weird.
Right? I think he likes you, Key.
He likes Terrence too. Hello.
God damn it. It had to be Terrence.
You picked the name, Jeremy.
No, I made Terrence 7 years ago.
Oh no!
Does he have a matching imp named Philip?
Oh.
Oh,
Now he does.
he does now. Yep.
Yeah.
And Kadir is watching all this, and I guess, like, not horror, but like he's like, the fuck's going on? As he's literally just there drinking his ale. Like,
So each of you can do a check to see what you know and understand about imps. But imps are small fiend creatures, usually like found in hell. They're kind of little demons, and they tend to be mischievous. But this one appears to be bonded with your new friend.
Can I make
Turk is delighted.
can I make a religion roll?
Yeah,
Okay.
What would I roll?
you.
Right.
It's Arcana, History, Religion, or Nature of your choice.
I like your names.
And I am making Terrence a little icon right now on the fly because I did not. This is random, and this is what happens when you let the audience play with you. I don't always know what's gonna happen. So
Wait, can I ask you a question?
You
Did
can.
it just roll to imp, or did it specifically roll and hit Terrence?
So I'm not going to give too many details about what is on the list, but there are
Right.
now 19 out of 20 items available on the list. And it did specifically, because you chose to stick with the 18,
Yeah.
you got Terrence.
Terrence specifically, not just a random imp.
Terrence
That's-
specifically. Terrence
Makes me very happy.
is his own thing.
This makes me so happy.
I believe he put it best. Terrence is Terrence. So yes, you now have Terrence and Ninja. I hope you are happy with your reward. All right, so you now have Terrence the Imp at your side. So you can use him any way that you would use a companion, a summoned companion. He
Like a find familiar, or
like a find familiar.
Cool.
So you could use him to see through your eyes, or through his eyes, and communicate back and forth to one another. He doesn't have any combat ability really, but he does have a stat block of like 10 HP and an AC of like I believe like I think it's like 5.
nope.
And he gets a bonus to stealth checks, and he any type of lock picking or tools use he could do.
You said, okay, hold on, I'm just writing this down.
Yeah. I'm sorry I did not have a prepared thing for him, but I do
You were
have
not
a little
expecting
token
this?
for him. Yeah.
Okay. So I just copied the find familiar spell, and then it's what? He's got, what's his AC?
Give him the similar stats to a crow for your familiar. With the bonuses that I described.
What are the bonuses? Really quick.
Bonus to stealth, bonus to using tools or lock picking.
Okay.
All right. And with that, and your new companion, Terrence the Imp, what do you guys want to do?
I think make our way to find the Three Kings, right?
Yeah.
all right, let's get a move on.
All right, so each of you want to exit out of the bar. All right. You exit out of the bar. As you step out into Durin Hammer, everybody give me a perception check.
Oh.
Key with a 21, Mirror with an 8,
16.
Turk with a 6, very distracted by their new friend.
No. Oh. Okay. Sorry, that confused me.
And we are. Kadir, did you give one? Oh, yes, 12.
Mhm.
All right. As you step out, Durenhammer is a large city underground. You look up and you do not see sky. You look up and you see far, kind of in the distance, the tops of caves. You see buildings, immaculate stone buildings all about. And then there are large stairs leading up through the center of town to what looks like uh, a building of some import. Um, there is a light source above the town that looks to be a large globe that seems to act like an artificial sun for the underground city. Um, most, I don't believe any of you have ever been to an underground city except for maybe Turk. This is quite different from any city you've been in. You're not used to looking up and not seeing sky or stars or something. Uh, there's only ceiling.
As Key is going through the city with their new friends, once again, like a hyperactive kid, Key is going to every kind of new site, especially if it's like mechanical or kind of, machine like whatever. Goes, ooh, how's that work? Ooh, that's cool. Ah,
All right. And Mira?
How's the weather like in this underground city? Is it cold or warm? Or...
It's kind of cool but dry. So it's cool but dry. It doesn't feel warm. It doesn't feel cold or frozen. Um, and there does seem to you do seem to get the feeling of airflow or a breeze, despite being underground. How would you like to make your way to the Kings?
Do we know where they are? Or do we have to ask for directions, or?
Well, you've never been to this city before.
Probably a good idea, yeah.
Do we see a castle or something?
There's lots of big, beautiful buildings all
Okay.
about. And there is that building up at what seems to be the top of large stairs.
um, does Key see anybody who looks like a town guard or anything like that?
With your perception, uh, yeah, there's definitely dwarves in armor, that appear to be soldiers. Uh, you would you would say that they are definitely not soldiers like soldiers you've seen before.
Well, he's gonna go to the most official looking soldier type person that would look like a town guard or something, and goes kind of once again plunges their hand into their head, pulls out the note, does the note introduction, and then and we're looking for such and such, the mines, because
Give
we're
me
adventurers.
give me a persuasion check as this.
Oh, oh.
Oh no.
So the guard is confused, and he starts to draw his weapon as the other guards look at you like, where did this thing come from?
Uh, can I see this happening and step up?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Please excuse my friend here. We are, and I'm going to flash my badge. She's like, we are adventurers. We're here to meet with the Three Kings. Can you help us, please? We've never been to Durenhammer before.
Uh, Give me a persuasion check.
Mm-hmm. It's 18.
It is an 18. Very nice. He starts to put his sword away and he's like, uh, oh, yeah, sorry, didn't notice the badges. Uh, Please keep your familiars with you at all times. Uh,
That's right, Taryn, you stay with me, all right?
yeah, he points up at the building at the top of the stairs. That's the castle. That's where the kings are.
Yeah. Thank you.
And the guards kind of just like all kind of look confused, but they're putting away their weapons. They're okay.
Right then, come on, Key.
All right, all right. He kind of bounces in their blob form, bounces along, following a Turk.
Before, right as we're walking away, I'm going to turn to the guards and say, "Do try to keep your sword in your pants next time."
Ooh.
Oh.
Walking.
And then you continue to walk.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys make your way up to the top of the stairs, and you find there are guards similar to the guards you saw before, dressed. As you are coming up the stairs, though, you see a group coming down the stairs. This group is a large half orc with a large battle axe strewn upon his shoulder, a dark-haired elf with a scarf and a bandana on his head, with daggers all about his belts, and a human woman with like auburn reddish hair and a white gown, holding a golden staff as they seem to be coming down. Um, Even with your passive perceptions, most of you can recognize that they're not locals. They are probably like mercenaries or adventurers or something of the sort. Um, as they head their way down the stairs, and as they go by, they kind of give you a look, and the big one kind of like snickers a little bit, and he kind of whispers and gestures to the others as you go by, and they all kind of like smile or giggle as they go down the stairs past you.
Uh, when Key sees them, Key kind of waves, "Hello, fellow adventurers!"
They do not wave back. They just kind of, yeah.
Excuse me, do you have a problem?
They kind of just keep walking as you go by.
Uh, in the big one, the one that I heard snickering's head is going
Yeah.
to hear. I said, "Excuse me, do you have a problem?"
Uh, he turns around and they all kind of stop in motion, and they're like, and you hear in your head, "Oh no, dearie, no, you're right adventurers you are. Just, you know, we're heading out on a job and no problem here."
Alright. Well, I think next time someone says hi to you, you should probably say hi back. It's the polite thing to do.
Oh, I've never been waved at by one of those.
Well, all the more reason to be nice and wave back.
Is it? And then they turn around and then they keep walking.
If
Losers.
this exchange was going through, like, through them through telepathy and nothing's
Yeah.
like, he's
Yeah,
kind of
that
like,
was all in their minds.
during that awkward silence, Key pulls out once again the note and does the introduction.
And they head down the stairs,
Mhm.
and they go well past you and disappear off into the distance as you come to the front door.
He's gonna look at Mira and goes, "Well, they seem nice."
No, Key, they were making fun of us.
Oh. Well. Okay. And once again, kind of goes happy-go-lucky kind of self.
Should
Uh,
we go
so-
in?
So at the door there is a dwarven gentleman in robes, and he says, Uh, hello. What are you here for?
He once again pulls out their note and
We're here to
introduces
see the Three
himself.
Kings.
Yes, I am a dwarven type man. Thank you, for noticing. Yeah, adventurers to see, the kings. Go on in. The last group already met with them, but we'll put you up to the front of the line. And he escorts you in, and the building is huge with a large hall. As you gaze down the hall, at the very end there is a large stone slab, where there are three chairs sitting on it. At those three chairs there are three dwarven gentlemen. Um, you each begin to approach, towards, um, the large slab, where they are sitting, and they set aside another line of people who were waiting to meet with the kings. They move them to the side so you guys can each come to the front. And uh, now presenting, the adventurers, from Glass Aegean, uh, that you requested, my lieges. Uh, and standing there, are three dwarven gentlemen, each with very unique facial hair. One has a very long, firm beard with no hair. Another has very long, beautiful, luscious hair with no beard. And another has a bit of a mohawk and a bit of a goatee. Um, and they are all sitting, each seem to be in different moods. One seems to be handling a lot of paperwork, and another one seems to be very sternly standing at the edge of that stone. And the stone is above you, so you have to look, up at them, as you make your observation. And one is just sitting in the chair, and he seems to be, looking through, a bag of plants, of flowers and such. And
Well,
Turk.
How far up are these guys? Because Turk's very small.
They're pretty. I would say that the stone, slab stands probably about 6 to 7 feet in height, and then they sit and stand upon it. One of them is towards the edge, so even you would be able to see him. But you would have seen them on your approach, as well.
when it comes to introduction, once again, note, head, and hello, my name is Key.
Anybody want to do anything else?
Uh,
Kadir?
Kadir is gonna look over to Turk. Do I notice that Turk's trying to look up and see everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Kadir's gonna lean over to Turk. Hey, you want a boost? And Kadir points to his shoulders. Do you want to see it up?
Um, Turk does not like accepting. And so picture the whole like Gimli thing where he does not like to be helped. And he kind of has that attitude, but begrudgingly, yeah, all right, come on. And I put my left arm up on your shoulder and kind of like my foot on your hand and let you kind of just stand me up at your side.
Yep, definitely boosting. There you go.
I gradually rise up.
And then as you rise, you do see them, and Terrence sees them as well, and he goes, "Shit, balls!
Parents.
They're tall."
They are. They're quite tall. Gentlemen, right? We've been told by a little bird that you've got a cave that needs clearing out.
The stern one with the beard and bald head kind of straddles forward, looking down over each of you. And you're the silver adventurers we done hired.
Oh yes, right. That's us. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. All right. Yeah. So
Really quickly, either Mira or Kadir, if you guys want, He looks like they're about to say, no, we're bronze.
Yep. Kadir's stopping you. Kadir's stopping you. With the other.
With the other arm.
Yeah.
You're just adventures and babysitting at this point. You're like, no,
Pretty much.
no, oh god. Right. Who's your leader then?
Well, right, I don't have one, do we? It's a bit of a democracy, this.
He could be leader.
All right. You with the skin condition. You'll be the leader then.
Okay.
So, right. We gave the last group of adventurers the map already. We're gonna give you one. Tell you where to go. You go in. You clear the area of the undead, and then you get paid. Thank you, blah blah blah, for your service. And as he started to rush through it, the one that was sitting down kind of like stands up and runs forward, and he goes, he's got the long flowing hair but no beard, and he goes, oh, he means thank you for your service for the kingdom. Thank you for being here. We love and appreciate adventurers. It's quite the honor to have you, and it's we, as you probably know, are the Three Kings. And I'm sorry we didn't say hello at first. Hello.
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 And this goes
Hi,
on for like a
pleasure.
minute.
Right, yes, hello, yes, we've all said hello, good, right?
Hello.
I just fold both of my arms onto Kadir's shoulder.
And the third one with all the papers in his hand, he's just like, he's scrambling, he's lifting up his glasses, he's got that mohawk with small goatee that comes to a little braid, and he's just yes, the map, where did I put the map? Advisor, you have the map. Okay, good. Next, who's next? We've got a full day here scheduled to keep.
Excuse me. Roughly how many undead are we talking about here?
The stern gentleman kind of looks and he's, well, we haven't really sent any of our people in to do a head count.
You have an
Because that's
estimate?
what we're hiring you for. But it's not a horde. It's nothing to get the army riled up about.
So more than one, but less than 50.
Bingo. The other one
Bingo!
points.
It's fine. It'll be fine. Where on this map would you like us to go first?
So the advisor points to the map, and the map has very clear directions to leave and exit the city, head a couple miles away to where there is a cave entrance at a small mining town.
Good. Right then.
And he's very proper and very quick to explain in detail how to get there.
Good. Right. Well, you all feel good about that then?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. No time like the present, right?
Good.
Let's go, please. Let's go.
Bye, adventurers!
Goodbye, Three Kings.
Bye, Three Kings.
Did you notice they didn't bow? Yes, I did notice that. Oh, yeah. And you can kind of hear a bit of a grumble as you guys head and exit out.
When Key's gonna hurry back and goes, oh, and I forgot, and just bows and just looks back to his friends.
I quite like him. You all exit out and sequentially exit out through the city and begin to make your way towards the mining town. Before you leave town, is there any preps or anything else you want to get? Or
We should pick up some potions, right? Considering what happened last time.
Not a bad idea.
Well, let's see what I've got in my arsenal. I'm just like pull out my and start shuffling through all of my little bottles and bobs. I don't know where my inventory is.
Should be at the bottom of your character sheet. But there is a potion shop, a general goods shop across the street from the Adventurers Guild that you can head to. And you go in there, and there's a little old dwarf woman minding the desk, and she's like, "Hello, sweeties. Welcome
Hello.
to my potion shop,
He's gonna
general goods store.
introduce themselves again.
Well, aren't you a cute bugger? Thank you for calling me a lady. I haven't been called a lady in some time. What can I get for you?"
Oh, go ahead. I was interested in some potions, maybe some healing potions.
Oh, right. We've got healing potions. Adventurers always need them. So yeah, they're for the standard healing potion, it's about 50 gold a pop. And then we have greater healing potions. They're gonna run you about 200 to 300. And let me see. What level of adventurers are you then? Oh, bronze. Okay.
Bronze. Yeah, we're
so
bronze.
good to be standard rate. But yeah, so that's what we have in stock. Unfortunately, nothing higher than that.
And what would the silver adventurers get?
Oh, silver adventurers get 20% off, dear.
Because we are on a silver mission, even though we are bronze.
Oh. I've never been asked that before. I think it goes by your rank, unfortunately. Do you want to try to persuade her?
I do.
Go for it.
Roll or
Yeah, roll
Okay.
a persuasion.
Is there a way for Key
and
to
then, yeah,
aid?
persuade her.
Is there a way for Key to aid Mira if need be?
Not unless you have something like guidance.
Oh, okay.
all right, rolling.
He pulls the note count
Ooh.
8. Woo!
Oh, dang.
Never mind, never mind.
20. Tell me what you say to her.
I compliment her on her outfit, and then I start talking about, I've been feeling really confident about this mission. It's going to really be our chance to shine, and if we do succeed, I would love to, talk about your shop a little bit more to all the other adventurers. But I want to make sure that we succeed, and with your help, we can really ensure success on this mission.
Oh, dearie, you're quite the charmer. If I was the younger girl, I'd be running out with you and helping whatever you need. Yeah, we'll go ahead and give you the 20% off on the potions. But just for the standards, 20% off your whole order for any standard potions you need. And your hair looks quite lovely, if I must say.
Oh. I'll have to come back and I can style your hair sometime too.
Oh, I'd love that. I'd love a little bit of color, maybe some blue. I'm a big fan of blue. So yeah, you can get your potions now 20% off. With a silver discount. So how many potions would you like to get?
I'm gonna definitely get one, and I don't know about anybody else.
If it helps, I have a couple of healing spells as well. I've got Cure Wounds and I've got Healing Word. So if at any point we need more healing than just some potions, I have a healing potion, you have a healing potion, and then I've got spells.
I will also buy a healing potion just to be safe.
All right.
Does the store have any potions of spider climb or oils of quickness for sale?
Oh. No, I don't think I have any of those. I'm not an apothecary. I'm just a general goods. I get what they give me, dear.
Oh, shucks.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I think he's gonna buy a healing potion as well.
All right. So, yeah, 20% off of 50 is, I need a calculator because I was educated in the South.
20% off of 50 should be 10. So 10 off. So the total should be 40 apiece.
There you go. Brains
I forgot that
and
you guys
beauty.
use like real like money counting in this game. I'm not used to actually having to keep track of currency in
Oh, it's fine.
games.
You should have about
That's
200
wild.
gold to start.
Mhm.
I don't know if I added
Kind
it
of
to your
fun.
character sheet, but you should have about that.
Oh, real quick, did we start with any healing potions when we started the game?
Nope.
Okay.
These are your first healing potions that you've got.
Then I'm gonna buy 2 then actually then.
Okay.
Hey, all right.
There we go. So you all finish up your shopping with the lovely shopkeep, who encourages you to come back safely, and come back and tell everybody about Ma's General Goods,
Hmm.
or
Thanks, Ma.
Ma General Goods Store is the name of the store. There's no S. It's just Ma General Good.
You
And I,
are generally good.
and I tell her I'll definitely come back and give you that blue tint in your hair.
Oh, I'd love it. All the boys would be good crazy. I love her. You guys, you all be safe now. And you head out, and then you begin to make your way towards the small mining town. As you make your way out of the city, sorry, I got a question. As you make your way out of the city, you do see a large group of gentlemen in black armor with purple accents. And they seem to be heading directly towards the castle. And that large group at the center, there is a gentleman who looks a bit like a bishop with black robes and also purple accents at their center. And they all head up very militarily towards the castle.
Can
As they pass by you, Kadir, you know these uniforms. Before you left Kaiser, you had some experiences that led you to maybe wanting to leave. You know, without any sort of check or history, that is the Imperial Army, the army of the High King of Kaiser, that has just passed you in a small squadron. And they are very well equipped as they are heading towards the castle.
The hell are they doing here too? Imperial art. And you said they're heading towards the castle.
Yes, and they seem to be protecting an envoy of looks like nobles or aristocrats, or maybe politicians in the center.
What are they doing here? Do I recognize any of the politicians or anything like that? Or
No, you don't recognize any of them specifically, but you definitely recognize their dress. The way that they are styled. You recognize that army. You know from your history that the uniforms used to be all purple before the current High King took over. And that's when all of the bad things started to happen that led to you kind of getting out of town.
Look, all right. Look, let's let's get a move on. I don't think hey, look, let's hurry up and let's get out of here, guys. Come on, yeah.
Are you okay? Is something wrong?
Yeah,
We're
no,
all inside.
I'm fine. It's listen, I'm not a big fan of, and as he kind of nods that way, not anything crazy, but look, I think I should just get the job done and let's get back. Let's get paid sooner rather than later. You know what I mean?
And Mira, you do know who they are as well. You are a resident of Kaiser. You've lived here your whole life. The Imperial Army is who they are. They don't have a strong presence in your small town where you're from, but you know who they are. They are the enforcers of the king's will, including the bad things or not so good things that he enforces, like slavery and or the genocide that happened.
I'm gonna guess this is all over Key's head.
You have never seen guys in this uniform before,
Right.
but you do kind of remember Master Locke telling you, if you ever get caught by a guy in a black and purple armor, keep going.
I'm gonna say Key's kind of a few feet away from the group, like going towards the direction. Kind of looks back. Actually, doesn't look back. They just morph their head from their front, the face from the front to the back of their head, and goes, "Come on, friends, onward to adventure!"
Is it safe to say that Turk also does not care for these gentlemen?
You Turk probably wouldn't have a strong opinion specifically about them. They're not soldiers of the Qatar.
Right.
Their role and the things they've done are not something you may or may not agree with, obviously, but they are. You've never had to interact with them in a way that would make you concerned one way or the other. You do know that the Imperial Army is the main army that fought against Rosh Qatar during the Thousand-Year War. But beyond that, you know that they've made some interesting political choices and things like that, but they've never gone up into your lands or your home. That would be an act of war.
Right.
If they did.
Okay. Right. So I just follow Kadir with Terrence on my shoulder.
And as you guys make your way out of town, Terrence just keeps yelling, "Blue! Blue!
Yeah, that's right. Blue hair would look nice, wouldn't it?
Blue! Yeah! Okay, no. Blue."
Yeah, no, right, I agree. It's weird.
Every once in a while, Key's gonna comment back, "Orange, purple,
Gosh.
teal, black."
Purple. Purple, we like that color, don't we? Terrence, because he's purple.
Balls. As you make your way out of town and you begin to head through the land, you notice there are farms and there is greenery, even though it's all kind of underground. The farms are kind of all growing a similar set of crops. They all do seem to be root vegetables or mushrooms, and then that's kind of it. Not a lot of variety as you make your way to the mining town. When you do arrive to the mining town, you do find that the town is basically abandoned. It is empty, but there is an entrance to the mine where there is a young dwarf gentleman in white robes standing.
As we were going towards this area, he's gonna be picking every once in a while, picking some particularly good-looking vegetables from the ground, kind of
Are you
foraging as they go
stealing
along.
these from farms?
Well, stuff that's, sometimes, stuff grows along the road that's not exactly on the farm, so technically that wouldn't be stealing, that's foraging.
Right. Give me a sleight of hand for your foraging.
All right.
Wow.
Give-
Man, I dig it. I dig the stretch. I like it.
See here, sleight of hand. Here, this.
Oh yeah, you get a nice little collection, a medley of vegetables to go along with what's left of that lasagna. Uh,
And, Key, as soon as they see the robed dwarf, once again, note.
so you
Hello,
guys
my
all
name's
arrive,
Key.
and a few hours have passed. Key pulls out his note, and oddly, the dwarf pulls out his note, and he goes, yes, all right, sun bless you, grievous soul warm you, and my name is Philip, and I am an acolyte of the sun, and I am here to just do you need anything?
Do you need anything? It looked like you were struggling there.
Oh, I'm newly converted. I just recently joined. But this is my first big job, so sorry I'm a little nervous. And your
He's
your
gonna,
handsome
gonna
your handsome friend makes me nervous,
he's
and
gonna
I said
he's
that
gonna
out loud.
pat the dwarf on the back. Goes, "You're doing a great job."
Thank you. Uh yes. So yes, I'm Philip. I am an acolyte of the sun. I'm here to tell you that the mine is closed. Little problem with undead, unfortunately. But if you need anything, any healing, prayers, I can pray for you.
That's awfully nice of
Do
you.
you need anything? And he kind of like is looking in Kadir's direction.
I knew it.
We're gonna be fine. In fact, I know you said the mine's closed, but it's actually why we're here. We're here to help out. If you catch my drift, buddy.
Oh, oh, are you adventurers? Then
Yes, that's right. We are adventurers.
that explains all the muscles.
I'm too confident.
So, yeah, I thought that the adventurers already arrived a few hours ago.
Right, yeah, they said they needed backup. I guess they weren't doing so well, so they sent us just to help, give them a little more assurance. They need a little bit more skill, if you know what I mean.
Oh, well, yes,
I'd like to help.
that makes sense. Sure. Yeah, you guys could go right in. I should see identification.
He's gonna pull out their bronze.
Oh, bronze adventurers. Oh, well, the last group was silver, but they
Really?
sent you.
We're
Yeah.
helping.
Yes.
Doesn't seem right. Well, guess they really do need the help.
Oh, yeah. And please go right ahead. Head in to the cave. If you will. And they'll be able to help you. And yeah, come back, and I'll be here. Any sort of finger guns in your general direction.
Parents don't eat those.
He, in their blob form, like forms that one hand from the top of their head and does the finger guns back, but they're like they actually look like real guns.
All right, so the map should begin to load. I'm gonna pull our cameraman onto the scene, and then I am going to pull you all down as well.
Is he still a purple dot?
You don't know the purple dot, but yes, that is your camera that you can't see. And Mira.
Hi.
And I need Oh. I need roll 20 to not freak out every time I do something. Let's get Terrence. Woo!
Where's my little boy? My
Here
precious
comes the boy. There he is.
Hello, boy.
So that is Terrence the Imp there for you. Oh,
I love
our,
him.
our camera jumped onto the map. Doo-doo-doo. Oh no, he saw too much. Cameraman Joe, give me 1 second while I adjust and nobody look at the stream.
I am not too busy staring at my child in my lap, who won't let me play anymore.
Gotcha. That's your own Terrence.
Yeah, I was
Right.
gonna say.
It's true.
Mm.
The cat will be playing the part of Terrence today. Reset permanent darkness, reset explorable darkness. Cameraman Joe, you should have a purple dot there under Kadir for you to move around. Let me
This
know
child.
if you have
Look at
any
her.
trouble. Oh, I may need to have you refresh the whole map. Nobody look.
Not
Nobody in
looking.
chat look. Don't look. Oh, I see why they can see. Hold on. There are multiple cameras.
Right.
Delete. All right. In a second, that view should be gone. And I'm going to pull you on one more time and see if that works. Sorry, cameraman Joe. I'm sorry. Sorry, God. Did you see where I just pinged on that blue dot? Try to put the camera right there on the very edge of that bottom left corner. Because I pulled you on and for some reason it did not show up. There we go. All right. Perfect. So, yep. You got your start point. Cool. All right. Cameraman, the fastest man in fiction. All right. Nobody saw anything.
God?
God. So you each arrive in the cave. Feel free to move yourselves forward. Just don't go further than that ladder.
Gotta kick you down now, Terrence. Go on, Terrence.
I cast
Not wanna
dancing
go.
lights.
Sure.
Hurry up there.
And you're gonna cast that to follow you.
It's a circle around our group.
All right.
And they're gonna be 4 like rainbow shimmery iridescent lights.
Got it. Let me.
I saw nothing, and I felt nothing.
What is the light distance for the? Is it 60?
It is 120.
Yeah.
Ooh,
But
okay.
it's I can move the lights up to 60 feet.
Got it.
The lights must be within 20 feet of another light. And it's each light sheds dim light in a 10-foot radius. There you go.
How many do you get?
4.
Okay. Let me grab a light. And that'll be your light to move as you need.
This little light of mine,
I'm gonna let it shine.
No.
I'm sorry, I had to.
All right, there we go. So
Can't really be mad. That's usually my game too.
Can I say that about every 15 feet or so, he's going to basically check for any traps and listen for any ambient noises like footsteps or voices or something like that.
Sure. You are walking up to a camp of dwarves. And Mira, you should have a little light there. I'll move it around as you need. Um, and yeah, so there's no traps, but you do hear dwarves kind of talking and shuffling in armor. And as you approach, there is a bright altar at the end near the tents, and there is a dwarven gentleman in very fine white and golden robes sitting beneath it.
He, oh, he's going to out the note and hello, my name is Key.
Oh, how are you now? Do
We're here to help.
Oh, you be the adventures that go about, you know.
Yup.
All right, okay, good.
Uh-huh.
All right, so what you need?
He's gonna look back at Mira, Turk, and Kadir. Do we need anything?
I don't think so. And I speak back in Dwarvish to them, and I say, right, yes, we are the adventurers. We're here to do the job. I know there were adventurers sent ahead of us, but apparently they need help. So, right, can you point us in the direction in which way we're supposed to go?
And he speaks back to you in Dwarven, and he goes, "Oh yeah, the better go it. They be good out here, and so the adventures be coming in about 5 years ago. Maybe about they went down into the cave. Maybe not to hear about them too much. They maybe did.
Right, that's what I figured. Okay, so are we
But
ready
he
then?
had a few skeletons about. So you know, be careful.
Right, that we will.
All
And,
right.
he gives her a wink, and then he turns to the group. He's like, "Yeah, it's fine."
He's gonna indoors just goes, okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I relay that to the group. No, it's fine. Apparently the other adventurers went in several hours ago, and apparently they have yet to come out. Right. So, shall we then?
Yeah, let's get it over with.
Yeah.
You all right? And it's good to be with you.
He will help scout ahead.
So yeah, go ahead and move your movement down, and then try not to move more than 30 feet at a time as you make your way through.
Okay. How do
I think he's gonna go like at least 10 to 15 feet ahead of the group at all times. Once again, checking for traps, listening in on the noises for like, footsteps, voices, whatnot.
So give me an investigation check
All right.
as you're moving through. Yeah, so far everything looks good to you. With your 5. But you do notice those gentlemen as you arrive. And I believe our camera sees them too.
Oh.
Standing
I'm sorry,
before you are some shambled skeletons in what looks like cloth and wooden shields and rusted swords, and they seem to be just looking, leering in your direction as you begin to approach. They make note of the light.
Mm.
Um,
Can I have?
And
Oh, sorry.
there's a sudden noise, and it comes from a certain imp, and it very loudly exclaims, "Oh shit! Bones!"
Terrence!
And on that, I need everybody to roll initiative.
Yeah.
All right.
So to roll initiative, again, you need to click on your token and then click the initiative button on your character. This puts the initiative order in the turn order for me and makes my life a little simpler.
What?
So right click and then which of the icons is it?
So click on first. You gotta left click on your token, and then open your character sheet, and then where it says initiative at the top center, click that.
Gotcha.
Alistair is not here, so I'm going to remove his initiative. Deer had the 14 this time. Mira had the 15 this time. I don't know why it populated the old initiative. That's probably a user issue, and I apologize for that.
Quick question: How do you figure distance again with Roll20?
So there's a little ruler button right there. You can click on that and measure any distance. The only one I am missing. All right. Turk, did you get yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
No valid token was selected. Why? I rolled a 16, and I don't know why I didn't put it in there.
No worries. I can do it and do a quick edit. Easy peasy. It's particular about that. I rolled a 6-17. You rolled a 16-17. Almost perfect. There we go. Put that in the descending order. All right. So the first skeleton is going to go first. And then we will have Key on deck, and then Turk, and then Mira, followed by Kadir, and then the second skeleton. This guy, and I will show you kind of the measuring tool. He is going to move right up to Key.
No.
And we are going to begin combat. So I'm going to change the music just a little bit. Right? I felt like it was very appropriate music. The first skeleton is going to swing his mighty short sword at Key.
Ooh.
Does a 16 get you?
Yeah.
You're going to take 6 piercing damage. And you may rebuttal. It's your turn. With Turk, you're on deck.
I forgot. Do I need to disengage? Do I need to do I have to disengage before I move back, or only if
if you want to use a cunning action to get disengaged, yes, you do that. If you don't want to get an attack of opportunity,
yeah.
But if you move away from him,
yes, I will first disengage with my cunning action.
Okay.
And then move back behind like a rock, get some cover.
You okay? Yep, you can do that. Now,
That's a
you're
rock
not
there.
going to be able to shoot through that. Well, I'll give you partial cover for that rock. How is the music for chat? Does it sound good?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what
Oh yeah,
you're
that's
talking to us.
We need
Oh.
chat.
was that my entire turn or
No, that was your movement. So you
Okay.
get a movement, a bonus, and a standard action.
okay?
Your bonus was your cunning action.
Yeah.
So you still have an action if you would like to take it.
With my action, he is going to hide.
I think hiding.
Going to stealth, basically.
Okay, yeah, you can. You
roll
can
stealth.
stealth as your action. Roll a stealth.
All right. Not bad.
All right, you feel like you're pretty stealthy. And that is going to be your whole turn.
Mhm.
All right, Turk, you are up. And I forgot to move him with you, but let me go get our imp.
Parents.
Terrence, get over here.
Yeah,
Come, Terrence.
buddy.
Come, Terrence.
Come to me, child.
All right, there's Terrence.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm going to... I'm not a rogue. I don't have sneak attack. I'm not used to that. I'm going to... I'm going to approach this skeleton over here. And I'm going to attack it with my hammer. Because bludgeoning damage, and it's a skeleton.
Go for it.
I have to roll to attack first, or can I just hit the button? Do I just hit it?
You just hit the button for the hammer, and it'll do everything for you.
Okay, cool.
We're living in the future.
Love it.
All right. An 18 is definitely going to hit, and he is going to take that 4 bludgeoning damage.
Fancy. Okay, and then as a bonus action, I'm going to make the disengage or the hide, whichever one means I won't.
Can you just?
I have the fury of the small.
Mhm.
So I have nimble escape. So I
Oh.
can take the disengage or hide action as a bonus action on each of my turns.
Nice.
Yes, you can.
Very
See,
useful.
you're still a rogue. You're still
Oh, people.
rogue.
Rogue
Listen.
adjacent. Rogue
Being
adjacent.
a goblin rogue, don't even oof.
You just ran up, slapped the skeleton with your hammer, and then we're like, peace. Like,
Deuces.
bop,
So
I'm
I
out.
guess I'm just gonna
But you do
go
get
hide.
Fury of the Small. Go ahead and put Fury of the Small in the chat, because I think you get a bonus, right, to your damage?
Yeah, but I do get Fury. I can use them whenever.
Yeah.
Fury of the Small. When you damage a creature with an attack or a spell and the creature's size is larger than yours, you can cause the attack or spell to deal extra damage to the creature. The extra damage equals to your proficiency bonus. I can use this trait a number of times equal to my proficiency bonus. So I can use it no more than once per turn. I don't know how many I have for that. Is that strength? Oh no, my proficiency bonus is 2, so I can only use it 2 times before a long rest.
Yep. So do you want to use it now with your hammer strike?
No, I don't need to yet.
Okay.
I'll use it later, probably.
No worries.
Well, I mean, I'm only going to be here
Action
another
time.
hour. I'll just use it. I'm only going to be here another hour. Sure.
All right.
So it's 8 instead.
So an 8.
Wait, 4, no, 5, 6, sorry.
Yep.
The
And
extra
he
damage equals your proficiency bonus, yeah, so it's +2.
All right, so he takes the extra damage and kind of takes a little crack to his skull and kind of like looks to the side as you bop him. And then Mira, you are up.
Mhm.
Unless Turk, is there anything else you want to do? That was your movement, your bonus, and your action.
Is there anything that Terrence can do?
Uh,
Probably not.
Terrence can move around and fly and do anything a companion could do.
Yeah.
He's real good at cussing.
I think what I may have do is have him scout ahead and see what else is coming.
Okay.
So I'll just send him.
Yeah.
How far away can he go?
I
If I
believe he can
go-
go 60 or 60 feet from you, or 120 feet.
No, 100 feet.
100 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna send him ahead.
Yes.
Okay. So right about there is good. Let me give you control of Terrence. That might help. Controlled by Turk. There you go.
Yay.
Yeah, you can move him to about there, I think, from where he was. Well, that's 65, so you could move him a little further if you want.
Yes. Yeah. I'll move him that far just because apparently won't let me move him farther, which is accurate, I think.
Okay.
That's about right. And I can communicate with him telepathically wherever he is, so just want to prepare in case he sees anything else coming. He can cuss at me and be like, "Hey, there's skeletons!"
Yeah. He communicates back, shitty rocks.
And
All
that
right,
ends my turn.
All right, Mira, you're up.
All right, seeing everyone just hide around me, that was in front of me, I'm gonna back up to here, and going to cast Mind Sliver at the skeleton.
Okay. Go ahead and hit the spell for me, and
Yep.
I believe it's a Wisdom saving throw.
It's an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, skeletons are famous for their intelligence. That's like their best thing. I have too many monsters. Oh
You
yeah,
are a monster.
You're a monster.
Wow.
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 Oh man.
That's a nat 20,
Wow.
Wow. Dicks.
and it's still not 20 total.
Smart goblin, smart skeletons.
This is the smartest skeleton you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And
If he only had a
Doesn't do
brain.
anything.
so yeah,
Doesn't do anything.
intelligence saving throw or take 1d6. Yeah, so this skeleton just kind of looks at you, and he doesn't have eyes, but his eyes make eye contact with you. And if he had a lip, you could tell he was smiling in a very unsettling way as he just kind of
That's my turn.
anything else you'd like to do? Yeah,
I don't think I can do anything else. Or yeah.
Kadir, you're up.
All right, let's do this. We're gonna move up to the skeleton right here.
Yeah.
And you know what? I got 3 of them. We're gonna burn 1 fighting spirit. Let's take those 5 temporary hit points. Let's get those, and now I have advantage on my attack. And we're gonna attack this little skeleton right here, the first one. Let's go ahead and attack. It's one-handed though, but we're gonna attack it.
All right, go for it.
Let's do this. Woo!
A 24 will absolutely hit.
I mean, it's only 5 slashing damage, but you know, 5's better than nothing.
You know?
Yeah.
5 is better than nothing. In fact, Kadir, tell me what it looks like when you cut down this skeleton.
Oh my gosh. So it's simple because Kadir has switched now to just one-handed striking because he's keeping a shield around him as well. But as he slices, it's just a simple slice from the diagonal up and down. And as he slices, it cleaves the skeleton in half, bones crumbling to the floor as the make of the skeleton is basically deconstructed. It's a big slash that he takes, and he looks he looks at the pile of bones as he's slashed it down. He's not gonna spit on it though. That's just mean. But he's gonna just look ahead, and because he realizes most of his compatriots are a little back, so he's like, all right, someone's got to take the initiative here. Someone's got to be up front. So let's out it. Who's next?
Remember, you got to
Now-
desecrate the corpse first.
Now you can move again because you did not use your entire movement. If you want.
No. Is that a wall next to me, or is that occupiable space?
Next to you, to your south, that is a wall.
That is a wall. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to just place myself a little further here because I'm trying to be the front line here, and the front line totally rolled terrible on initiative. So neither here nor there. Yeah. And that should end my turn.
All right, sounds good. And then it is going to be our skeleton's turn. He is going to move unafraid up to Kadir, and he's like, man, you got a sword, I got a sword. But he doesn't say this because he doesn't have vocal cords. And he's going to swing his short sword. Does an 18 hit?
Nope.
These skeletons are on fire. No,
Nope.
it doesn't hit.
It doesn't hit.
Hey.
Oh,
I told you that shield came in handy, baby.
Oh, gonna regret that. All right. Yeah, so you parry instantly as his very obvious attack comes down on you. And you're just like, yeah, whatever, dog. And that's his whole turn. Key, it is your turn.
Well, okay, I kind of moved in a spot where I can't really see anything, so let me just check. Can I see something if I move here? Okay. Key's gonna sneak a few feet up for their movement. Still in stealth. Key's gonna fire their crossbow at the remaining skeleton.
All right, go for it.
Let's see here. I believe it's this one, I believe. And I believe I have advantage since I'm stealth.
Yes, you do.
19. When 19 hit.
Oh, a 19 absolutely hits.
All right. Here, I think I rolled this, and it will automatically calculate also with my sneak attack, I think. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
There we go. So the sneak is 9 plus 4 piercing. So that's going to be a total of 13 damage. Key, what does it look like
He kind of takes
when you kill the skeleton?
He kind of looks up, kind of cocks their head to the side within the iron sights of their little light crossbow. And it's kind of when it fires, boom, kind of move back a little bit, and the bolt just flies out, hits the skull straight on right between the eyes, exploding the skull, and the rest of the body just kind of crumples down.
And like dust in the wind, it is gone.
Take that!
Kadir's gonna turn back to see that Key fired that shot, and just like, nice.
He gives a double thumbs up.
And with that, you are out of combat.
That was quick.
It was quick.
Gosh.
Too
Wow.
quick.
And
We
you're
don't
telling
like it.
and you're telling me that the previous group had trouble with this?
I
Gosh.
have a feeling there's much worse things ahead.
It's too quiet.
It's also true.
I will say Key kind of looks a little paler than their original green. That's how I'm going to describe their wellness at the moment.
Yeah. Feel free to go ahead and move that 30 feet again as you make your way through.
Oh, and also once again, he's going to be kind of listening and traps and all
What
that.
does Terrence
jazz.
see with his imp eyes?
With his
Tell me,
Terrence, what do you see with your imp eyes?
eyes.
Fucking rocks.
Fucking rocks.
He
Fucking
can
rocks!
Fucking rocks. All right, everybody stop moving.
Did we hit a wall? We totally hit a wall.
Terrence with his imp eyes can see all the way down. Oh, stop moving.
Sorry.
Stop.
I meant
You
to move my second 30 and never did.
Okay. Now stop moving. So you no, move back, Kadir. With your I will fight all of you. With your imp eyes, he can see down the long hallway. There are statues that have been shattered, and there does appear to be stones that have been carved almost into a path on the ground. And I need I need an intelligence check from Key. But I also am going to need
You want me to roll the intelligence right now?
Yep.
Okay. Oh! Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
And a 22.
You have noticed that your friend Kadir has stepped on to a trap.
Oh.
Oh no.
He is going to look back at Kadir
sound
and goes,
effect.
Yep. As three
move.
darts come shooting out of the wall, I need Kadir to make a Constitution saving throw as these three darts strike out at you.
Give me that dirty 20.
Wow.
Hey.
Nice. Let's see. You are hit by the darts. Two 1d4s worth of, sorry, 3 1d4s worth of damage. You're going to take 7 damage, but you are not going to take any poison.
Oof.
You do feel the poison try to ink into you, but through muscle power, you're just like, no. The poison does not seem to affect your mighty constitution.
Yes, I'm strong to the finish because I eats me spinach.
Yes. And you are currently standing on a trap, as Key has pointed out.
Great. Here. Okay.
Don't move a muscle. He's going to kind of say this with each syllable.
Is it a pressure trap?
The key check. He's going to kind of check the area around Kadir.
So you all see Key move in a level of efficiency that you've not really seen him move before. As he begins to examine the trap and slide his different various tools in and out. Key, do you want to describe what your tools are as you disarm this trap?
I want to say it's different from their usual, lock picking tools. They're actually going to, for traps, they're actually going to use a combination of actual tools like a crowbar, stuff like that, and also their fingers are actually going to kind of morph into little delicate, weird looking, like there's a corkscrew, there's a little blade, there's like little pick hook, and they're like kind of squeezing their fingers under kind of the pressure plate area. And you just hear like kind of a series of clicking sounds underneath.
All right, roll to disarm the trap.
Okay, what do I roll for that?
It should be your one of your tools.
Okay, oh, these tools.
Yep.
Yeah. Dexterity, right?
It should automatically do with your proficiency when you click on it.
I clicked on it and it went to input value attribute ?
Dexterity, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Hell yeah.
You
25.
hear a click as the pressure plate seems to go, and the trap has been successfully disarmed.
All right, Kadir. Slowly move off of the pressure plate.
Moving my muscles off the pressure plate very slowly.
And at the last minute, Keith's gonna go, boo!
Ah!
There you go.
God, dude, come on, man.
I gotta admit, that was kind of funny.
Okay.
Okay, was funny, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Are we?
You
Well,
can now move again.
Okay,
Let
let's keep going.
Key go first. Key's gonna
Yeah.
check for traps and such.
Right on.
All right. So, Key, go ahead and move about 15 feet at a time. I'll give you half your movement while you're investigating.
Gotcha. Let me just check.
And give me another investigation check as you are searching for traps.
I believe this is.
Oh,
15
Yep,
feet.
I'll move your light. I'm sorry.
Big
I'm
ups.
sorry.
And if it's been past the time, like I just assume I cast it again so I could see.
Yeah.
And you said investigation, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not a stickler for the time on your light. It's your
Yeah.
light.
It's a cantrip. It's
Okay. That's your investigation. And did you move a full 15?
Yeah.
All right, move again.
Check.
so we just have to follow his path so we're safe.
3 feet. 3 squares. 1, 2.
Well, it looks
So
fun.
actually, if you're going to do that path, I'm going to move you one step back.
Okay.
And I've got good news and I've got bad news.
Oh no.
Good news is you found a trap.
Oh no.
Bad news is you found a trap.
Oh no. Fish.
It's like the golden gun room in like Goldeneye.
Oh. Can
And
I
that similar sound pierces the air as 3 more darts go hitting towards you. And they are going to do 3d4 of damage. So
Do I
5
get-
damage, and I need a constitution save.
Would I get at least a dexterity save or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. Constitution. Where's Constitution?
You unfortunately did not meet the check to find the trap with your investigation.
Oof. Oof.
Oof.
All right. Now, I believe you do resist poison. Correct me if
Yes,
I'm wrong.
acid and poison, and advantage on saving throws against being poisoned.
Okay, so roll against. Well, you had advantage, so
Yeah.
8. 8 is unfortunately not going to do it.
Yeah.
So you're going to take. You're going to take 5 poison damage.
Okay. Here.
All right. Everyone can continue to move.
Is that trap still active, or do we need to disarm it?
Wait 1 second.
I can do it. Probably.
Well, is it
Maybe.
still active?
In your expert opinion, you would have to say yes, because it just
Mhm.
shot you.
In Key's expert opinion, yes. Kind of
Let's-
weakly.
Let's try to disarm it.
Yeah, right. I can think I've got the tools for that, and I kind of shuffle around in my bag, for my thieves' tools.
All right, move to next to Key, and then roll for your thieves' tools. You
Actually,
add intelligence to yours.
Couldn't Terrence do this for me?
Yeah, he could certainly try.
Okay, I'll probably do it this.
Okay.
Let's see. These tools, and then how do I do the thing? How do thing?
I believe you click on it and it asks for which drop down modifier.
No, I'm not seeing that at all. Oh wait, there we go. No? No, it's not asking me for anything. How did you do it, MP?
It was on my sheet.
Yeah, I've got item name. I see thieves tools, but it's not doing anything.
I just clicked on it, and then it told me to input value, public role, and then told me what kind of stat to
Oh.
use.
Yeah, I'm not getting that at all.
Let me take a quick look.
Sorry, y'all.
No worries.
Do you mind if I roll for you? Oh, I already did.
Yeah, that's fine.
Great job.
And then my intelligence is 6. So yeah, I got plus 6.
Yep, you disarmed the trap.
Cool.
With a 21.
Good job, Turk.
Thanks, lad. You're right.
Not really.
Okay, good.
All right,
Fine.
everyone feel free to move again.
All right. Once again, every half movement, checking for traps.
All right.
Yeah. I think
give
I'll
me
also
what-
do the
give-
same.
All right, both of you give me an investigation. And I'll move your light and
25.
13. I mean 11, sorry.
we've got a row of you guys now Scooby doing your way through this. Key, you do not find any traps, but Mira, or sorry, not Mira, Turk, you do realize that there's a pattern to these traps, and there is one more right here.
Okay.
Although your character disappeared.
Oh, did they?
I think they
I
had
didn't-
moved on top of another character.
Oh, my boy.
Yep, there we go.
I think then what I will do is I will go to the trap, but I won't stand on it.
Okay.
And I don't see any others.
Nope.
Cool. Right, so I think this is the last one. If you all want to move onward, I'll take care of this one. Or just move around me. Just don't walk anywhere back here behind me.
All right, so go ahead and disarm, or do you want me to roll it again?
I don't know why I can't do it.
I don't know either. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now that Turk identified a trap, could he help disable it?
Yeah. That time it let me add your intelligence. So yeah, roll the same
Oh.
thing. You guys could do it as a team.
I found the button. I found it.
All right.
I'm
Together you disarm the trap, and both of you realize that this wasn't just another dart trap. This was a trap that was going to shoot flames out of the statue.
Oh, spit hot fire.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
But the traps, all 3 in the hallway that you found, have been disarmed.
Good job.
And another rule at my table is if you could see it, you could see it. So I believe, Turk, you can see something?
Yes, I can. Right, there's more. There's more of these bloody skeletons.
Oh, great.
My roll 20 just borked. Okay, there we are.
No worries.
Just got
So
numbers on my
everybody
screen
feel
now.
free to move into range. As you turn that corner, you notice the skeleton is facing away from you. It has not noticed any of you as you enter into that hallway.
Okay, so does that mean we get surprised?
Question. Sorry.
Actually, can you roll me, Turk, a die of any size?
Oh,
A
no.
die of any size?
Yes.
Is this like an odds or evens roll?
I
For
don't-
Terrence.
Is it?
I don't know, Scott.
Question.
Yes.
Sure.
Before
No,
we do that,
fuck
I
that.
was wondering, while we were disabling trap, does a general
Got a
knowledge
2.
of the trap, like how far would that fire thing go and such?
It would have shot 15 feet ahead in front of the statue.
Okay, so it would not have reached the skeleton.
No.
Okay, never mind. I was going to use a trap.
All right, so you roll a 2.
On a D10, just for everybody's clarification.
As you roll, you hear Terrence start to go, ah, oh, but he doesn't say anything.
What? Terrence, you all right? I think in my head, I'm just like, what are you trying to say, lad?
Does anybody want to do anything to our unsuspecting skeleton?
Yes, actually,
Definitely.
I got an idea.
Go
Is
for it.
there any loose rock above the skeleton?
At the top of the cave, you can see there are stalactites and there's a collection of rocks. Nothing really loose, and but there are certainly rocks up there. Yes.
Anything that a crossbow bolt can knock down on top of the skeleton?
You can try. Go for it. I'm going to
Alright.
say yes.
Okie dokie. So he's
Live
gonna
your dream.
gonna hold up a slimy finger, point up to one of the stalactites, takes aim, and bing! Let's see here. Just roll the attack, right?
Yeah, roll to attack.
Got 11 and a 20.
I mean, if it's not a suspected skeleton, would he get advantage? Because there ain't no way he gonna be able to guard like this.
Is he shooting at the skeleton?
Oh, he's shooting at the rock.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, man.
Stationary rock.
So an 11 plus your sneak plus a die in piercing. Now I will roll a die of any size. Don't worry about it.
Wow.
That's an 8.
That is an 8.
Please be lowers or hires. Come on.
I've got a cool thing I can do at some point as well.
The stalactite makes a loud ding, but does not fall.
Darn.
Small debris chipped off begins to crumble down as the skeleton looks at his feet and then looks back up in the direction he was staring. Anybody else want to try something? Turk, you said you might have a plan?
Yes. Is a light hammer considered a throwing weapon?
It can be.
I think so.
Excellent.
You can throw anything.
Beautiful. I have returning weapon. So it's this weapon grants a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it, and it returns to the wielder's hand immediately after it is used to make a ranged attack. So
go for it. Mjolnir him.
I'm gonna attack the shit out of him with my light hammer.
Yeah, throw your hammer at him. I will give you you have to do a dex for the throw, I think. And
a
then
dex
if it
check,
yeah, a dexterity to throw it.
and then I can roll my attack.
Yes, if it
roll
hits.
2 attack. Okay.
Yep.
So a dex. My dex is an 8.
Oh, that's
a save.
That's a
That's not what
save.
I wanted.
So yeah, just
How do I roll just a straight check on this?
I think you just click dexterity on the where the yeah.
Thank you. Dope.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little better.
12.
much better. And I was going to give you advantage, but you rolled 2 12s. So unfortunately, it doesn't. A 12 does not hit.
Oh, that wasn't okay. The dex was my attack roll.
Yeah. So when you're throwing it like this, it takes dexterity to throw it.
Oh well.
So
Okay.
you fling a hammer and it kind of goes past him and hits the ground and slides. And he still
No, it comes back to me because it's returning weapon.
Oh, does it just fly back to you?
It's a boomerang. It's a boomerang hammer.
All right.
So cool.
So you throw the hammer, it goes misses him back. And the skeleton doesn't have ears, but he's still kind of like he's not superstitious, but he's a little stitious at this point.
He's a little whelmed.
If he's still not aware, can I attack? If I attack him, do I get advantage? Because again,
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. Kadir's like, you know what? Fuck this.
Every attack towards him so far has had advantage. So yes, you do.
Kadir's going right to him, and we're gonna attack with the goddamn katana.
Yeah.
Nice.
23.
Yeah, 23
This is what
hits.
we want to see.
And it's 6 slashing damage.
And I'm actually going to give you double damage because this is like a sneak attack
Oh, so that's 12 then.
as a nice little bonus.
Okay then.
But he is not dead. As parts of him begin to crumble around himself, he, to quote Elton John, is still standing.
I will say this as part
Nice.
of the slasher feat, he can only his speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
Nice.
Oh, good. That's cool.
Solid.
Yeah, he takes a massive hit. He is chunks of him are on the ground as he is, if he had eyes, he would have seen better days.
I'm gonna say, and still he hasn't noticed anything's wrong.
No, he's definitely noticed the sword going through him. And with that,
Initiative?
no, not yet.
He hasn't noticed it yet.
Anybody else want to do something?
Yeah,
We're all getting a free round here.
Go for it, Mira.
I'm gonna do mine sever again.
Go for it. Let me get my intelligence save ready.
Yeah.
Do it.
When he needs to beat a 15, right?
13.
A 13. And I'll give him disadvantage.
Either way, he would lose.
Yep.
Either way, he would lose. A 12 and a 5. Mira, what does it look like as you end the skeleton?
I whip out my scissors and they start glowing. A shimmery, like prismatic kind of thing goes towards the skeleton. I'm gonna guess his skull cracks. I don't really know what the skeleton.
So you go to reach in for a mind that is only there in theory. There's no physical brain there, but there is a presence, and you grab a hold of that and you rip and tear it. And yes, the skull itself cracks in half and seems to split, leaving just his jaw as it falls to the ground, and the rest of him falls to pieces. And then you may all begin to move again.
I'm gonna move Terrence up another 50 feet, I
Great.
think.
Fly, Terrence, fly.
When Terrence gets there, you hear in your brain and audibly out loud, "Fuck, shit, magic, shadow, evil, goddamn."
Oh, right. Hey, oi, hold up. Right there, Terrence saw some shit.
Rocks.
Is it rocks? Is it evil, shadowy shit? Yes?
No,
Yes.
okay, yes.
Just
So
be
there's something.
prepared. Be prepared for some dark, magic, shadowy shit, is what he said.
All right. Each of you can move 30 feet. Starting with Turk, and then Mira, and then Kadir, and then Key.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. Solid. Love that for us.
Hey, that skeleton, he gone, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you
'Cause-
can walk over him. His bones are just laying there on the ground.
Wow, I really did want spare ribs for dinner.
Heyo.
I'm
I
terrible.
need my light.
Yeah.
I'll move your light with you, and you can move up one more space, Mira. You
Yeah,
don't
I
have to
don't
stand where the skeleton is.
Oh,
think
lovely.
if I saw what I'm seeing, I don't think I'd want to get any closer.
Are you okay with being? Oh, I've got to move
Okay.
you, or I'll move him. Here we go. I moved the camera. Everybody is on this skeleton right now.
God.
All right.
He did like twice.
Yep. There we
I
go.
see crystals.
So everybody give me a perception check.
Wow.
14.
We'll start with the low scores. Even with your 7s, Kadir and Key, there is. Let me see what your tokens can see before I give too much away. There is a body on the ground. There is a black gem in the center of the room that is glowing with a purple electric pulse. Standing over the body on the ground, there is a zombie-like creature covered in wraps and tattered, with glowing eyes that seem to be the same color of the glow of the crystal.
Hate that.
And Turk, between you and your companion, Terrence, you see a lot of the same things. You do notice there is another skeleton right here next to the zombie-like creature that is large and sort of hulking over this elf body. You do recognize that this is the elf with the bandana and the daggers who you saw leaving the capital as you were making up your way up the stairs. He seems to be not moving at all, and he is twitching every time there is a pulse from that black crystal on the wall. And Mira, you unfortunately have a very high perception. You see all of the same things they see. You know that there's a skeleton around that corner. Even though you can't see it, you can hear it shuffling. And from far in the distance, you can hear weeping of what sounds like a woman behind the rock where the crystal is, as you hear the sounds of crying and scraping. And the other thing that you notice is there are bits and pieces of blood and chunks strewn about the room. And you're not sure what they are, but there is definitely a mess about that you notice. And with that, I need everybody to roll for initiative.
Should have been more polite.
Oh, dude, how the hell am I so slow?
Mine is terrible. What is yours? Mine's 0.1.
Oh, cool.
I don't know. You're still faster than me. I'm at 13.12, man.
Oh.
I don't get no middle ground. Just either roll high or roll low. Nothing in the middle.
Why can I never just turn order thing?
Yeah.
There we go.
Rip.
Oh boy. It's okay.
All right. And good job, everybody. We got all of our initiatives in. And I'm going to roll a random d20 that you do not have to worry about.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Okay. Perfect. So let me put this in the descending order. And starting off will be Turk, followed by a skeleton, followed by Key. Turk, how would you like to begin?
I want to. How much will it fuck everybody up if I create bonfire where the skeletons are?
It's a 5-foot square, so you could pick either the skeleton or the mummy.
I was gonna do it to the undead.
Okay.
The
Which
mummy.
there's 2 of them undead.
Oh, the mummy.
Okay.
Thought about it. Because it's, well, are they also? They're not. 'Cause I know that the skeletons are weakened to bludgeoning damage, but I don't know about undead. I don't think so.
You can roll a.
Can I do an investigation?
You can do either Arcana or History to
Oh,
identify
you know what?
the creature.
Yeah, I would like. Do I see the crystal and stuff?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, then I definitely want to do an Arcana check.
On the crystal or the creature.
The creature I care. Well, kind of. If I can kind of give an idea of like what magic is happening in the room.
That would. I mean, everything seems to be tied to that crystal. So
Okay.
you could try to take a shot at that.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
All right.
Well, that's not great. I have a +6 and I still only got a 15.
Yep. So you know
Jeez.
for sure that crystal is pulsing and seems to be affecting everything in this room, and there seems to be a certain cadence to the pulse, but you've never really seen a black glowing crystal like that before. Even at your wildest guesses, it doesn't look like what a Saurian crystal looks like. You can't quite make out what it's gonna be.
Okay. In that case, I will just. Oh, I can get there. I'll get to. I'm just gonna go here.
Okay.
Here.
Oh, you have
Why?
to switch back to the arrow. Sorry.
I got it.
There you go.
No, screw it. I'll get right up into his face. Into the skeleton's face. Maybe. I'm thinking about throwing my hammer or just hitting him with it. Because I don't have a lot of... I realized I took a lot of, like, healing and shit and didn't take a lot of attack spells. Which probably wasn't my smartest choice. But we're here now.
Okay. Do you want to take a swing at the skeleton?
Hold
Or
on
the
one
mummy?
second.
And
let's do
you
the
do recognize that it
skeleton.
is a mummy.
I do recognize that it is, in fact, a mummy.
It's not
Are
your mummy.
mummies vulnerable to acid damage? Or
You
either
would-
of them?
You would need to do another check for the creature. Yeah. But I'm going to say you'd have to do that on your next turn.
Okay, fine. I'm just gonna attack the damn skeleton with my goddamn hammer.
Yeah, all right, go for it.
Jesus Christ. Need to not be indecisive. I'm sorry.
No worries.
And I'm also gonna use Fury of the Small. But then that's the last one. Well, I guess I don't really need to.
Well, Fury of the Small adds to your damage, not your attack. So you definitely hit, and he's going to take 5 plus whatever you want to add to it. If you want to add.
Yeah, that's fine. I can. Well, no, I don't want to add anything to it yet, because if I want to save my Fury of the Small for the zombie if I need it.
Got it. All right, so he takes that damage as your hammer goes cracking against his skull. And then on his turn, he is going to return in kind with a swing.
Oh, sorry. Can I bonus action hide?
Yes.
It's a nimble escape.
Are you going to disengage and then move? Or are you going to hide right in front of him?
I guess disengage. How do I don't know.
Yeah, so
I didn't
you
use
can,
my full movement.
Yeah, so you can disengage and then get away. But you could do one or the other in that scenario.
Okay, I'll just disengage and then move back 5 feet because I didn't use my full movement.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm done.
Yep. Then he is going to pursue, moving here, and then swing with his sword.
Pointless then.
Does a 12 hit you?
No.
All right. So he swings as you nimbly escape. And then Key, you're up. Then the mummy, and then Mira, you are on deck.
Alrighty, well, he is unmuted. No, I'm not muted.
Nope, you're good.
He is going to hide. First, gonna stealth.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
That's what rogues do. 11:23.
Yep, you get an 11.
Okay.
So you think you're hidden.
All right, and you know what? Since I didn't move, I could take my bonus action to use steady aim.
Yes, you can.
Yes, and he is going to fire at this. Actually, yeah, it's going to fire at the skeleton. Oh, actually, wait. Does it take an action to roll a Arcana check on that crystal?
I'll give you a check on it as a free action, for one free action. So do that and then take your shot, or
Well,
however you want to do
actually,
it.
Arcana or Perception, because I want to see if the crystal is affecting these undead in any way, like powering them up.
It definitely has to be an Arcana check.
Okay, gotcha. 8.
Crystal glowing goes zap zap.
Gotcha. Well, okay, then the action will be firing at that skeleton then. With the
Go
crossbow.
for it.
Steady aim. 21?
I believe a 21 hits for sure.
That'll be 19 damage.
All right, Key, what does it look like as you snipe the skeleton through your team?
Yeah.
All right. Just going to go from the point of view of the crossbow as it flies out from the crossbow itself. Kind of like that scene from, believe Robin Hood, Men in Tights, where it's the POV of the arrow. It flies close, almost cutting into the cheek of their friends, but not really. You just feel kind of the wind's caress. And this one hits the neck of the skeleton, actually exploding the connecting spine to the skull, which knocks the skull off of the skeleton, and yeah, the whole thing just crumbles apart.
All right, and he falls. Dead again, or dead once more, as the mummy steps forward.
He does a little
Yeah. The mummy is going to look in the direction of E and give a dreadful glare.
right.
So you need to make a DC 11 or better wisdom saving throw or you become frightened until the end of the mummy's next turn.
Gotcha. Alrighty, fingers crossed.
If you fail by 5 or more, you are also paralyzed for the same duration.
Fingers crossed.
Yep.
18!
18 will do it.
Yeah!
You are not scared. He is not your mummy.
I'm not scared.
He kind of sticks there, creates a little tongue, and sticks it out at the mummy.
Mira, you are on up, and Kadir, you are on deck with Turk, or the Turk at the end next.
I'm gonna cast Mirror Image.
Do it.
And so 3 illusory duplicates of Mira appear next to her.
3 Mira images
Yeah.
up here. And that affects your defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
So definitely keep that around if I go to swing at you.
Mm-hmm. And
what
then-
else?
Yep. And then with my bonus action, I am going to, my voice is going to, you can use my telepathic speech to talk to Kadir. And I'm going to say, and so for the next, how long? For the next 3 minutes, so probably for the rest of the fight, we have a telepathic connection, and can talk to each other. Yeah. So I'm going to say, I think we need to disable this crystal somehow. Which one are you going for? It's my turn.
Disable the crystal, you say? Understood.
When Key sees there's 3 Miras now, it goes, oh, that's awesome! Key has 2 new friends!
Sadly, Key does not have time to pull out his note to introduce himself to his 2 new friends.
I was gonna say.
Kadir,
Plus,
you are...
I kind of see it as like a prismatic shift. Like they don't totally seem like 2 separate entities. They're just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's the end of your turn, right, Mira?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kadir, you are up.
Upon the suggestion of Mira, I'm going after. Can I see all the crystals here? Like, let me move.
You could.
Yeah.
There are blue crystals in the walls, but there is definitely a black pulsing crystal on that center piece of rock.
And that's the one that Mira you were referencing, correct? We're going after the black crystal. Can I get there? Yes, I can get there. Whee! Let's move. We like go far, like right here. Yeah.
Yes, but you will be moving past the mummy, so he is going to get an opportunity to attack, unless you want to move there. But then you're not in swinging distance of the crystal.
Pardon me if the mummy never engaged with me, and if I recall last session, we did pull that rule. A scorpion did move nearby me and did not trigger an attack of opportunity. So is that different this time, or?
So it's moving within threat range and out of threat range. So whenever you move out of something's threat range, that's when the attack of opportunity comes.
Yeah,
So
the scorpion would have moved in my attack range, and you said it didn't trigger an attack of opportunity.
Yeah,
so...
he moved towards you, but not away from you. So
Okay.
it's only the out part. You can run up on this mummy, and he does not get an attack of opportunity. But if you run in his threat range and then out of it, then he gets a swing.
All right. So if I'm right here, can I? So if I run up on the crystal, he gets an attack of opportunity.
If you move 5 feet away from him,
Oh, I
yes.
see. So if I stay right here, I can still attack the crystal, right?
You would need to move 1 square over to your left.
Fuck
And then
it, swing at me, bitch.
And then you can swing at the crystal without getting an attack of opportunity.
Oh, don't swing at me, bitch.
As you enter that area of the purple circle and the area around the crystal, I do need a Constitution saving throw.
No.
Yuck. All right, that's 7.
no.
That's 7. Hey, Crowd, can you help us out here, please? Help us. Yeah, please. Yeah.
So that is a 7 on your Constitution saving throw. When you enter that purple electric field, you feel your body clench up. And I need a wisdom saving throw now.
What the fuck? Roll 20?
Oh!
With another 7.
Woof.
2 7s. You hear a sound in your brain, and it's not Mira. You feel it press down and grab your skull, and you are going to take 5 damage and involuntarily be forced back to here.
All right.
And for your turn, unfortunately, you cannot attack or move.
Great. But
Stepping into that circle hurt.
Can I relay that information to Mira about telepathically?
So he relays that to you, Mira. When you hear him, it sounds gargled. It sounds angry, and there's another voice that isn't his voice talking, but you can't make out what it's saying. And with that, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break because I need to get us wrapped up before we're going to go a little bit over time as we finish up this battle. But I assume people need to pee and or piddle, or we can keep going. Thumbs up if you want to keep power through. All right, let's do it. No piddles today.
Jeez.
Hold your pee, dang it!
I got a water bottle here.
Wow.
Pee.
No.
And that is going to bring us to Turk's turn. On Turk's turn, there's going to be a pulse from that crystal. And this skeleton is going to stand back up. The pile of bones is going to reshape
Fun.
next to the mummy.
I am gonna do create bonfire, and I'm going to create it like right basically here, so it affects like I don't know the zombie more than the skeleton.
So it's
But-
a 5-foot square, so you can pick one or the other.
Okay, well then I guess the zombie or the mummy, that one.
Go for it. Just click the spell and it'll pop up.
Yep.
Sweet. So he is going to take 2 fire damage. Believe.
That's all? No, it's
The
supposed to
spell's
be.
damage increased by 1d8
Oh, yeah.
when you reach 5th level. Yeah, it already rolled for the damage.
Okay. Yes, I guess 2 because it's 1d8.
Yep, and he is now on fire.
Hey.
I'm just going to add a quick little symbol to him so we know that he is on fire. This mummy is on fire. Oh, no, not that symbol. All right. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
Yes. Can I move? If I move up here, will I get an attack of opportunity?
You would be moving in and out of his threat range, so yes, unless you
Can I
move
go
to the
this
one.
way?
You can try to cross over the corpse.
Oh, right.
But you would have to pass through that body that's on the ground.
Is it
and
basically
so-
like difficult terrain?
Yes, and it's not an ally, so you can't just walk through him. But yeah, you can.
I mean, because difficult terrain's about half my movement, and I've
Yep.
only moved. I have 10 feet, and I have 30 feet, so I could easily use some more of my movement to get over there.
Yep.
Okay, then I want to move over here closer to the crystal, but not in its aura, and I want to... Can I do an Arcana check, or do I have to wait?
Go for it.
Really?
Unfortunately, an 8 isn't gonna reveal the secrets of the crystal.
I have a +6
I'm
to Arcana,
sorry.
just
Yeah,
so
I
the
know.
audience is aware of how frustrating that is.
So that would have been a 2 plus 6. Is that your turn?
Yeah, I guess.
All right.
Yeah.
This skeleton is going to swing his newly reformed arm at Kadir. Does a
No, no,
15
no.
get you? No. No, of course it doesn't. So he swings reluctantly at you, missing. Key, it is now your turn.
Before I go, I just say in my headcanon, with that dark crystal, I'm imagining the mummy as kind of a Xerxes from the Dark Crystal.
Amazing.
Yeah. But he, knowing that they're not hidden because the mummy earlier did a dreadful gaze at them, is gonna try to use gonna kind of hide behind one of Mira's mirror images to once again stealth.
Okay. All right.
So,
A 12.
Thinking that they're, at least in their own mind, that they're stealth at this point, gonna take steady aim again, kind of point their crossbow, and goes, hopefully it works this time. Aims at one of the stalactites above the crystal.
Oh. Okay.
So I get advantage on that, I believe, since it's steady aim.
Yeah, you do.
All right, so let's see. Fingers crossed. 24.
Nice.
Nat
Ooh,
22.
that's a nat 20.
20.
Nat
double
20.
damage.
Okay. What was your goal here? To have rocks fall on the crystal?
Exactly.
Okay. So with your nat 20, you clip right into a stalactite, and that stalactite comes crashing down onto the crystal, hitting it, and partially covering it with rock. As it does, the skeleton that was up again has gone back down into a pile of bones. The pulsing is still coming through, but there was some sort of reaction. And then it is going to be, do you want to do anything else? You did your bonus, and you didn't move, so you did steady aim. Anything else you got?
Can I roll, actually, when that happened, can I also roll now also Arcana?
I'll give you one more chance on the Arcana, yeah.
Alright.
Somebody get a good Arcana roll.
Oh!
God damn it.
Crit fail. Dice
Wow.
Crystal goes zap
Dice
zap.
Take it.
Rock make crystal go zap zap. Crystal no like rocks. Rock no like crystal. Maybe. Who knows? Alright. That's gonna be our mummy's turn. I accidentally double clicked, but he still gets a turn.
But he's on fire.
He is on fire, and I believe he takes damage every one of your turns or every one of his turns.
I think it's. Hold on, let me look. I think it's his turn.
Alright, he is going to swing at Kadir.
Oof. The creature on fire takes 1d damage, d10 damage at the start of its turn until someone takes an action to douse the fire.
So it takes how much on the start of its turn?
1d10.
Boom. He's gonna take 9 damage.
Fire
That's-
damage doesn't fuck around, y'all.
But he doesn't move. He just turns and swings his flamey fist at Kadir. And I think, even with your amazing AC, a 20 does hit.
Yeah, I'll give you the 20.
Yeah. Thanks. So that's going to be 6 bludgeoning plus 13 necrotic.
I'm sorry, what? All right. 19 points of damage? Jesus Christ. So I was at what, 20? All right, that's great. Cool.
And ignore the rest of the text because that doesn't happen.
Got
Just
it.
the damage.
All right, so I'm at 3 hit points. Terrific.
Oh, my
All right.
goodness.
And then Mira, it is your turn. And Kadir, you're on deck with Turk right behind.
I'm going to yell out that going into what Kadir said last to me, going into the circle of the crystal causes pain and might push you back. But then I'm going to try to chaos bolt the crystal.
Got it. And I believe something just happened in chat.
Mm-hmm.
Hatter, HRG, is this 10,000 bits?
It is, in fact. Those are how many zeros I see.
How much is that in monies?
I don't
Wow.
know.
Wow.
Is that 100?
Every 100 bits is $1. So
Did we just get $100?
Hey.
Oh my.
he's
There's
knowing
an
that
ad
Hatter
playing
got
right now, and he has no idea.
That's
Uh,
BRB. Yikes.
Hold on.
Someone gift him
I'm
a
gonna gift
sub.
this man a sub
Yeah.
right now. Thank you, Hatter. I'm gonna do it. Nobody
Push
beat me
the
to
calculator.
it. So that's
We're eating at Applebee's tonight.
yeah.
I'm
Uh,
getting spare ribs, damn it.
So
Yes, that was $100.
yeah.
Yep.
So Hatter, let us know when you're back, and I'll tell you what we're gonna do.
I'll be back. I still got one more.
Oh man,
Wow, that's fucking rad.
Wow.
that is awesome. Thank you, Hatter.
He thanks you.
Nice.
So Hatter
8,
wrote in the chat when they
6.
gifted this much. We didn't have a thing for bits, but we obviously going to make an exception. Because $100,
Amazing.
$100.
Mhm.
He said everyone, including the DM, gets advantage.
Wow.
I'm going to add. Yes, Hatter, it did work. Welcome back. You asked for everybody to get advantage. I'm going to give everybody 1 inspiration. Everybody gets 1 lucky. So you get 1 free reroll that you can use tonight. And 1 inspiration. And everybody who has taken damage can heal for 2d4 plus your Constitution modifier.
Wow.
And Hatter, you are welcome for the gift. Thank you for supporting us. It really does mean a lot. That's yeah.
Luna also says
It
thank
wasn't
you.
on the list, but I'm going to give you almost everything on the list. And even Terrence will get advantage on whatever Terrence is going to do. So I hope that fits your desire. Everybody's going to have 1 advantage, 1 inspiration, 1 lucky, and you are going to heal for that healing potion's worth of 2d4 plus 2. So that's 6, which heals up Kadir, who just took the biggest hit. And then he also healed 7 points thanks to Hatter. Let's go. Now, Mira, you wanted to shoot a Chaos Bolt.
Yes,
Where are we
Yeah.
shooting it?
at the crystal.
Go for it. Do you want to use your advantage?
Yes, inspiration. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I need to see what the 8s they were 6 and 6. Okay, so if you roll the same number in both 8s, the chaotic energy leaps from the target to a different creature of your choice within 30 feet.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Okay,
And
so
what type was it?
it's poison damage.
So 2 poison and
Well, it's 13 poison damage.
13 damage to the crystal, and I assume the mummy?
Well, no, then it leaps, and I have to make a new attack roll against the new target. And then make a new damage roll.
Okay, then do it.
So it's like casting it again. So in roll 20, can I just cast it again to do the calculation? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. It'll stay poisoned, though, I think is the
Oh,
how
it
it
says new
works.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oof. An 8. Doesn't hit, I'm guessing. The mummy.
Unless you want to use your lucky feat
No.
and re-roll.
No, I'm saving that.
Okay. You do damage to the crystal of poison type. As you hit the crystal, Mira, you hear that voice in your head again. And this time, it's not coming from Kadir. This time, it's a little bit more clear. And you hear it in your head.
Can I tell what language that was at least? Or...
You can try. Give me give me either investigation or history or your preference.
Investigation or history?
Yeah.
That's the same for me. So. 18.
From what you could tell, that was an amalgamation of languages. Some of it was Druidic, some of it was Elven, some of it was Dwarvish, Gnomish. You couldn't quite make out what it was because instead of one voice, it was actually multiple voices talking at the same time. But the tone, from what you can tell, was kind of the same thing.
Mm-hmm. And was there any effect to the crystal when I shot it?
It seemed to make a small crack in the crystal. And you, another thing that happens to you specifically is you feel like an electrical energy go up your body, like that feeling, not quite of static shock, but you know when you're wearing one of those sweaters that you could shock something and you feel that build up, that's that energy start to build within you as you hear that voice.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not unfamiliar.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Kadir, you are up.
Okay. I'm probably gonna regret the order that I'm taking these in. But what we're gonna do first, we're gonna use our bonus action, take second wind to regain some hit points. So it's 1d10 plus my fighter level, which is 3. So let me roll 1d10 plus 3. This is a gamble, but it did give me 6 hit points back.
Nice.
So that's the first thing. Now,
That's awesome.
question: if I get advantage, is it only on my first? Is it only on the first attack that I get? If I use that advantage.
For your fighting spirit?
Well, not for fighting spirit, but the advantage that was granted by Hatter.
So you can choose to use it when you see the roll.
Okay then. Well, let's take our. I'm realizing that I'm kind of useless against the crystal, so I'm going to distract the mummy, so everybody else can try to focus the crystal here. So let's attack the mummy. We're gonna attack with a katana.
Go for it.
Motherfucker. This is a 17 hit.
A 17 definitely hits.
So we're gonna give him 7 slashing damage.
Yep.
Okay. No, it's not Damn, do I want to use it now? That's the problem. You know what?
Might as well.
Fuck him. We're action surgeon. We're gonna attack him again.
Yeah, I think at this point, smoke him if you got him.
Smoke him if we got him, indeed. 22.
Oh yeah, that hits.
So another 9 points of slashing damage there. And yes, that should end my turn.
All right, Turk, you are up, and Key, you are on deck.
I want to do another freaking Arcana check,
Go for it.
but also, so I don't want to do a couple things. Can I? There are two things I want to do, and you let me know which one. I
Yep.
want to do an Arcana check on the crystal, but I also want to do a perception check on the girl that's crying. I know she's one of the other adventurers, but can I tell if she's like hurt or if she's down because of the crystal?
Go ahead and run the Arcana check, and I'll do a quick check on your passive perception, because you may not even need to do anything there.
Okay.
That's how I would roll that.
16. I'm gonna do my reroll.
Go for it. Thank you, Hatter.
Oh my god, that was worse.
But you can use your inspiration to take the advantage, because you have that as well.
Oh yeah, but then I'll take the 22 then.
All
yeah.
right, there we go. With a 22, you know that black crystal is somehow a Saurian crystal, but you have never heard of a crystal behaving like this. You have never heard one that is any color other than blue. But you know, especially with your desire and wanting to know more about them, that's a Saurian crystal, except it's wrong. It's wrong in so many ways. And it looks defective, broken, and it seems like the mana is leaking out of it. And it is corrupted in some way, shape, or form by magic that feels unfamiliar and old.
Oh boy, okay.
The plot thickens. And with your passive perception, you can tell that she's not hurt, but she is frightened, and her hands are bloodied, where she's been trying to dig her way out of the back of that cave. But
Okay.
she's not hurt.
Okay.
And she has stopped crying and kind of gotten really quiet as the combat has started.
Do I get the sense that she could see us?
No, she is very focused on her digging.
Okay, well then I'm going to go over to her. I haven't used any of my movement yet, and try to snap her out of the feared condition and like get her attention.
What do you want to say to her?
Look, right, it's alright, we're here. We're gonna get you out. But you've got to look at me, you've got to stop digging. Look at me.
You may
All
do
right.
so now.
Give me
Oh my god!
at advantage. Give me persuasion.
21.
Woo! There it is. She looks at you, and she looks down at her hands that are still kind of bloodied, and she just starts crying. And she's like, "Oh, okay. Thank you. And what do we need?"
Well, we've got a mummy to deal with. Like, I don't even want to think about what's going on with that thing over there. I'll deal with that after. Getting you out of here is my priority.
And then I kind of point her in a direction to safety,
And she
Like-
goes,
guide her away from the crystal, and like, oh, you know what I do? I call Terrence, and I have Terrence guide her away from the combat.
okay. So Terrence and Terrence moves over there, flying around without issue, avoids the thing, and he lands, and he's like, "Bitch, let's go!" And
I
Terrence,
love him so much.
Terrence will help guide her around through you to here where she kind of gets startled by seeing her dead friend, but that's as far as her and Terrence get. And as they arrive there, you hear Terrence go, "Bitch dead!"
Wait, who's dead? She's dead now.
No, she's not dead.
Okay,
but
all right.
They stopped at
Yeah.
a corpse
Yeah.
that is still pulsing with energy.
The corpse is pulsing with energy?
It is.
I didn't hear that bit. Cool. Rad. Okay. Do I get the sense there's any way I can, like, cover the crystal, pick it up, or anything safely?
You're smart enough to know that you saw the biggest and strongest of you run in there and it didn't go well. So you're probably of the mind of not get close.
Okay, so defeat the mummy and feed the fuck out of here. Got it.
Anything else you want to do on your turn?
I don't know that. I mean, unless I go back to attack the mummy again, I don't think there's anything else I can do. So I'm good. I'm gonna end my turn.
Okay, Key, you're up.
Alrighty. Well, so I'm guessing is the crystal still buried under rubble and everything?
A
Or-
little bit, yeah. It is partially obscured,
Okay.
and it has a crack in it now from Mira's spell.
You know what? How about this? First, I'm going to once again try to stealth. Haven't been able to stealth all combat, so I'm going to try to stealth again.
As far as you know, you've been stealthing fine.
Okay, you know what? Never mind then. Never mind. You know what? In character, he thinks they're stealth, so but I will take steady aim, and he sees that crack in that crystal, and it's going to kind of take aim with their crossbow at that crack.
Go for it.
Let's get that crack.
He shouts loudly.
Mhm. 18?
An 18 will hit.
That'll be a
Doing
17 damage.
17 damage to the crystal. Key, as you hit it, you don't hear a voice. You feel something inside of you pushing outward, and your form feels like it's pushing outward, but you maintain your composure. And you feel something like you've never felt before, except for maybe that one time you took a squirrel and put it inside of you, and there was something alive and moving inside of you.
Okay.
Or a fish. You
Okay.
feel that, but much bigger. And then it swells down.
Okay.
And
Visual-
you feel that feeling you felt when you were in the portal. It now feels kind of the opposite of that. It feels scary. It feels, instead of home, it feels like you are being chased.
Ooh.
You're not frightened, but you feel like you are under
I'm
attack.
going to say for Key, visually, everybody sees around him, they want to look at him. Kind of like, instead of that, body shape, you see those squiggly line, as if they're kind of vibrating.
Got it. All right, that's going to bring us to the mummy. He has returned. Oh, sorry for the sneeze.
Roll 1d10. Isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, yeah,
fire
he's
damage.
down.
Fire
yeah.
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not doused yet.
Nobody put out the fire on the mummy? How rude,
No.
all of you.
We didn't start the fire.
We-
I
Alright.
did.
He's going to take another 3 damage. And he is looking rough as chunks of flesh begin to fall to the ground.
Fire damage don't play.
And he is going to, with all of this still happening, take another swing at our good friend Kadir.
No. Ah.
Does a 19 hit?
Well, yeah, it meets AC, but like, can I use the lucky to make him re-roll?
Yes. Yes,
Cool.
you can.
I'll burn it.
As long as you thank Hatter.
I thank you, Hatter, for giving me a chance to somehow survive. I mean, I could take that damage, but you know. Yeah, but I'll take a 13, not hitting me.
Yes. So that fist, as it begins to crumble from the fire, slams against you, but does nothing because you are a mighty samurai. And that's his turn. Mira.
So did Key hit the crystal?
Oh yeah.
And did it crack? Did the crack get bigger?
The crack did get bigger, and the energy around it seems to be swirling, less of a pulse and more of a crackling lightning.
Whatever we're doing.
Bad. It's very bad.
Whatever we're doing is, I'm thinking it's working. So I'm going to cast another Chaos Bolt at it.
Go for it.
16.
A 16 does hit. And that's 17. What type of damage is this?
I have to look at it. Oh, it's freezing on me.
This is very important.
Yeah, so an 8 or a 3. So I'm going to say I get to choose between either thunder or fire. I'm going to say fire damage.
Okay. So the crystal takes that fiery blast from your Chaos Bolt. And as it does, it begins to shatter and burst. And as it shatters and bursts, a pulse goes throughout the room. And I need everyone, including Terrence, to make a wisdom saving throw.
This was a bad idea. Should have left it well alone. Got rid of all of my rolls too, I think.
Dirty 20.
Hey,
So
that's
for me,
10.
that was.
All right, does anybody have any luckies or anything that we got from Hatter you want to use?
See, I burned my lucky, but I still had. You said I had an
I don't
inspiration
have.
too. Yeah.
Yep.
If I use a lucky,
You re-roll.
then I have to go with the reroll, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm going to
It's
go ahead and
wisdom and
tell
no
you with
constitution,
your
right?
roll you might want to.
okay.
Yeah, wisdom save.
I'm using my lucky.
I think I'm pretty safe, sitting pretty safe with a dirty 20. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
So,
Or shenanigans.
All right, let's go through what we've got.
Do I get one more reroll? I think.
Did you use your re-roll? Did you use your lucky?
I didn't use my lucky. I used my inspiration.
Okay, then you can.
Okay.
Are you? One's got to be for you, and one's got to be for Terrence.
The 13 was for Terrence, but now the 13's for me.
Okay.
so
All right.
Unless it's advantage. I'm confused on how that works.
No, lucky is just a re-roll.
Okay.
DM.
Yes.
So I rolled. Obviously, I got a 10. I
Yes.
still have that inspiration. Can I roll it for one more d20? Just a straight one?
No.
Damn. All right. Thought I'd try.
That's fair, and I appreciate you for trying. I need to stop the music. Which is always a good sign, right?
Yeah.
Can I bonus action dodge?
I think it's in our heads.
Yeah, no, there's no getting away from this.
Think happy thoughts. Think happy thoughts.
So
I do
everyone
believe in fairy.
but yeah, let me double check. Everyone but Key, your world goes black. And you feel yourself slip into unconsciousness. Key, you watch as your friends all seem to fall to the ground. The mummy dissipates into dust. It is gone. The crystal is gone. The energy that filled the room is gone. The energy that surrounded that body on the ground, gone. Only you and the well, she's a cleric. Only you and the cleric are standing. Terrence has also fallen to the ground. He is for once very quiet. Everything is so quiet. It is so still. For those of you whose worlds have gone black, you begin to dream. And it is not a dream per se, as it is a nightmare. Kadir, you feel shackles being placed on your arms. You feel that collar that you've seen in the world placed around your neck. You feel everything that you fear in that moment. And you see faces of people that you have either struck down or once loved that are now gone. Mira, you feel yourself surrounded by reflections. You see lots of mirrors, like you are in a house of mirrors, and none of them are you. None of them are you in a way that makes you uncomfortable, but every one of them is looking at you and moves as you move. And this nightmare fills you as you feel it grip you. Turk, you hear their laughter of how they once bullied you, and you feel it begin to swell up, and you start to remember why you did what you did and why you became what you became. And the nightmare starts to fade, and you feel like, I did this. I became a better person, and I got stronger. And you start to wake up. Mira, you look in those reflections and you go, I know who I am. And you start to wake up. Kadir, you continue to dream. One by one, everybody but Kadir wakes up. At the time that you wake up, the priest has come running into the cave and has begun helping people out. The corpse that was once on the ground has been wrapped up. Key, in his time, has begun to help get everybody together. His new friend Terrence, his other new friends, everybody's together. Those of you who do wake up, you feel like you're waking up from a dream, like it wasn't real. You know it wasn't real. It was a nightmare. But it was still like, what was that? But those of you who do wake up, you remember this is the part of you that you wanted to be. You are not who you were. You are who you want to be, and you are stronger. And the crystal is gone. The priest and other guards begin to help you out of the cave and to the tent. They begin to heal and remove a curse that has been placed on Kadir. And then Kadir, you begin to wake up. And for a moment, you feel like you're there in the dream, but then it fades as you see the faces of your friends. As you see Terrence the imp sitting on your chest, staring at you. You begin to wake up, and the world is once as it was. And the priest explains what happened. That there was a loud explosion and they came running, and then that's what they found. And you were all alive. There were no more undead. There were no more bones. There were no more dust. There was only you. And you survived. You had triumphed. You defeated whatever evil that they sensed in the cave. It is now gone. It is now shattered. It is now broken. There's no reminiscence of that energy. And if he had to put it into words, it is dead.
I pick up Terrence.
And he hugs you and he says, I love you, bitch. I ain't never gonna stop loving you, bitch.
I love you too, buddy.
He is kind of running around helping the doctors and the nurses, kind of, just helping out, carrying stuff, even more off the top of his, head into that little, that old-timey nurse hat thing with the
And
little slide.
everybody does get healed. Everybody does feel better. But you all feel stronger in a certain way. You all feel like you did something here today. And even though it may seem small to other people, the thing you got rid of was something terrible. And it is now no longer in the world. And even if you don't know that for a fact, you can feel it in your core. Your subconscious tells you that you got rid of something that was way worse than you had ever imagined. Key.
Quick question. When you said the crystal is gone, not even any shards or anything at all?
Nothing remains of it.
Gotcha.
When you saw it happen, Key, it became like arcane dust, and the energy fizzled out after that big pulse.
Gotcha. Well, Key's fetching people soup. Key is fetching their friends, I don't know, the fantasy equivalent of magazines for them to read while they're recovering and such.
So you all are recovered, and the Adventurers Guild does send another group to escort you and bring you back. You're all healed up. The priest of Griever's Soul, the cleric that you met at the entrance, heals everyone and makes sure there are no curses. There's nothing lingering. There's no effects. And when you describe what happened to him, he is certain that you did good. He is certain that you should all be proud. And he is going to write a letter to let the guild know what happened here. And with that, each of you will begin the journey home. And that'll bring our night to an end. So I want to thank everybody for watching and joining. We will go around the table starting with Turk, because I know Turk needs to go sleep. I'm sorry we went so late. The first episode, I had a big hook that I wanted to get in here. So I
Dark
hope
crystals, man. Who knows what other crystals could be fucking going dark? We don't know.
Exactly.
More Xerxes.
Bad times.
Turk, Maz, you beautiful face. Where can they find you on the internet? And do you have anything coming up that you would like to plug?
Yes. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I had a blast. It's very, very cool to be on Spell Shots. Y'all should try it sometime. My name is Maz. My pronouns are they, them. I've been Turk, your alchemist goblin. Pronouns he, him. You can find me all over the internet as Mazzface. That's Mazzface on Instagram. Twitter, it's at real Mazzface because I'm the only one.
You can find me also over on Open Circuit Studios, which is the platform that I run. We have the goal of uplifting as many creators as we can, so primarily it is a channel that is a stage for other people to come and tell stories. Right now for Pride, we are doing a fundraiser for Equality Florida, and I will go ahead and throw the Tiltify link in the chat one more time before I go.
Yes,
All
please.
month long, we are raising money for Equality Florida, who are working to support trans youth and LGBTQ people in Florida now suffering from all of the legislation that we all know is just an absolute nightmare over there. Other than that, you can find me on Open Circuit on Wednesdays in our Leverage Los Angeles game. If you like heists and you like Ocean's 11 and Robin Hood stories, you should definitely come check that show out. It's a lot of fun. What else? Death in Space on the Initiative Order every other Saturday. I'm on that game as well. What else? That's it. That's what I do. I don't need to keep babbling on. I do graphics. I'm gonna go put links in the chat. Everybody else, talk about your beautiful selves.
Thank you so much for
And
joining
happy
us.
Pride.
And yes, yeah, happy Pride. I think you were the perfect first guest for this, and please go support that initiative, guys. We're gonna go with Key, and then Mira, and then Kadir. Who are you? Where could they find you? And so on and so forth.
You're muted.
Muted. Yeah. Once again, I am Michael Powell, aka Mr. Kapow. You can find me all over the interwebs on my social media, which is at Mr. Kapow. That's MrKapao. Or my Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Michael Powell Dustup, because I do a lot of stuff like my YouTube channel, Fantastic Tales of Adventure. And my current streaming schedule right now is, let's see here. Tomorrow, I'm going to be on the Toyzilla Network for Toyzilla Live for Toy News at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Then Friday, it's going to be on the Jahanalan channel for Modern Age, where we play kind of like a Mighty Max TTRPG at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Then Sunday, we might be doing a solo TTRPG or play some Breath of Fire. And yeah, that's my current schedule. Oh, and once again, I want to give a big old thank you. Key thanks you, Hatter_HRG. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, and thank you to Ninja, who also gave us a $20
And Ninja, yes, and Ninja.
For a gift as well. Who gave us Terrence the Imp, a
Thank you for my child.
a character I created years ago, and I didn't think would come back to haunt me, but here he is.
He's the best.
And yes, hopefully we will see more of him at some point. Mira, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jem playing Mira. You can catch me everywhere at Jemboree, JEMBOREE, or on this channel I play Whisper on Forging Fates on 3 Mondays of the month, and then I host Goodberry Cafe, which is a show where we play indie TTRPG games on the second Monday of the month. So you can catch us here next Monday at 6 p.m. We'll be playing Himbo. What is the name of the game? Himbo Treasure Hunt, and it's gonna be ridiculous just by that name alone. Check out our social media on New Age Geeks to see the cast when it gets released. I hope to see you there, and happy Pride.
No. And our resident Himbo.
Resident Himbo, yeah. What's up, everybody? Andrew J. Landy played Kadir. I survived. I don't know how, but we did. Pronouns from both me and Kadir, he, him. You can find me on Instagram and Twitter at Andrew J. Landy, or I'm also just going to follow in the steps of our good friend Michael Powell here and post my link tree, since I forgot that I have one, and the links are all updated there. So there's a link in there if you want to follow up. A couple things we'll be doing. Let's see. Wednesdays, every other Wednesday in the Initiative Order, I'm playing in the Goblins campaign, mini campaign. I'm a baby goblin, which is actually like quite fun. You can see me act a fool for a change, instead of being Mr. Super Powerful, Mr. Clean Cut, whatever's. Also on Mondays, twitch.tv/Modifius. I'm on there as part of the Fallout Winter of Adam campaign. I'm playing a Gen 3 Synth as one of the new classes that's being introduced as part of the Fallout Winter of Adam TTRPG setting. And then besides this wonderful campaign, one-shots on Tuesdays, I'm also doing a couple of things here. We're doing the Power Rangers TTRPG on certain Tuesdays as part of the initiative order as well. And then on also other Tuesdays, Red Hair Inn playing on the Curiosity stream, right, where I play a Leonin Paladin. But anyway, y'all, love you all. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging with us. And again, thank you to everybody who tuned in. Love you
Yes,
all.
thank you so much. This is our first official session, and both sessions have been really great and well received. I could not be happier. I've been your DM, Jeromy DeChant, aka JeromyTV. Thank you for coming, and I hope that the massive cliffhanger we left on brings you back in 2 weeks. And I know I saw the chat, and I'm sorry to go for the feels, but every now and again I gotta do it. So please come back in 2 weeks for session 2, and we shall be announcing our next guest. Very excited to be there. Yeah, that's it. I put my link tree in the chat. I've got nothing left to say. This was a great session, and I'm sorry it went a little long. We went probably 30-40 minutes over time, but I appreciate you guys sticking it out, and especially appreciate the amazing cast for putting up with me and what I put you through.